Recording has begun. Good evening. This is the August 19 regular meeting of the Complaint Committee of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force of the City and County of San Francisco. The time is 5:43 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item of the agenda. Meeting decorum. Any member of the complaint committee may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. And this is a reminder for our participants who are online, either in WebEx or on the telephone. If you are in WebEx, please note that we are not using the chat option in WebEx because those written statements are not visible to the members of the public who are with us in the room, or who have called in. So you can indicate your desire to be recognized and speak by raising your hand using the app. Chair Schmidt, that completes my announcements.
All right. Thank you. Let's go ahead straight to number one.
Item number one, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Chair Schmidt, we are aware of some changes, and we have one individual who is requesting a continuance. He is here in the room, and we have two other changes that we received in written communications.
Okay, let's go ahead with the roll call, and we'll take care of those cases afterward.
Taking the roll call. Chair Schmidt.
Present.
Chair Schmidt, present. Vice Chair Stein.
Present.
Vice Chair Stein, present. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Member Sugarman, present. All members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, we do have some agenda changes. Let's talk through those. And if there's any cases that we're gonna put off, let's go ahead and do it up front so people can go on their way.
Would you like to hear the member of the public who's in the room?
Yes,
And the request
please.
for continuance.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Bruno, would you approach the podium, please?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bruno is here for item 7, file number 25061.
What is the time limit on my speaking? Or is there, I mean, I don't want to go on very long, but may I have 3 minutes?
It's my understanding that you want to get a continuance to do this on another date.
Well, what I've asked for is that I thought that I had been switched to item number 1. The problem is that my mother is in an emergency room. So anyway, the point is I have to leave tomorrow morning or tonight to go to Santa Barbara.
I see.
So I
Okay.
could be here for part of this session if I'm allowed to speak on the substance of the request.
Okay.
I
So
not ask for a continuance. Just, may I,
you're asking
Yeah.
to be moved to the front of the calendar.
if that's possible?
Okay.
Yeah, I thought that's what had happened.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was told that I was item number 1, and then
Members, any thoughts on that? It does seem extraordinary. We could just put the Bruno matter up to the first case that we'd hear.
okay.
Okay. Yeah, let's hear Mr.
Okay.
Bruno's case first, but we're not quite ready for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We are gonna move it so it's the first case that we're gonna hear,
No problem.
but we do still have a couple of other introductory items.
Thank
So,
you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Young, is this an action item for a vote?
My apologies. I don't believe we need a motion to change the order of the agenda. However, a motion can't hurt. However, I don't know if the respondent is here for that one.
Would you repeat that, please?
I don't know if the respondent is present at this time to speak on the change of the order.
One moment, please.
Okay, agenda.
Checking the online community. Hold on.
If they are here, I'm happy to hear from them.
One moment.
If you are the respondent for this matter, if you can go ahead and raise your hand by pressing star if you're on the phone or using the application to raise your hand, it would be appreciated so we can identify. Oh, we have Mr. Ionin.
Yes, Mr. Ionin, you've been unmuted.
Yeah, I'm glad I logged in early. I was expecting to be heard last. I'm certainly amenable to being bumped to the front, to be quite honest. Considering
Thank you for
I conceded
responding.
the violation, I'm not sure what benefit there is for me to be here, but yeah, being moved to the front would be fine.
Thank you for responding. I am muting you. Parties are present. Okay.
Now, there was another one or two items that we're going to change the agenda on. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have a request to close a file. It is item 8, file number 25062, Mary Rivers against Human Rights Commission. The request for that item is to close the file. I can check and see if we have a representative from the Human Rights Commission here. One moment, please. Hello, Ms. Nzuvadia. You have been unmuted. I wanted to note for Chair Schmidt that you are present for item 8, file number 25062. Complainant has asked that the case be closed.
Okay, let's go ahead and do it administratively. That's fine. I don't think we need a motion unless Victor says so.
No, we do not. We can note that the complainant has requested that the matter be closed or withdrawn, and we do not need to take any action on the matter as it's no longer in our hands.
Thank you.
Ms. Nzuvadia, thank you for appearing. The matter is closed.
Oh, certainly. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay.
And the last matter is the correspondence that has been received this afternoon regarding item number 9, file 25065, complaint filed by Richard Correa against Supervisor Joel Engardio. I wanted to make sure that the committee members had the correspondence in their hands that had been received this afternoon. No change to the agenda, however.
Okay. And it looks like we have a hard copy of a series of messages that were sent on that matter acknowledged. And so I think that's the end of agenda changes. I think we can probably move on to number 2.
Okay, I'm going to step in quickly. Just to let everybody know, I am going to lower all hands in preparation for public comment. Public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. If you are in the room, you can approach the podium. If you are online with us today, You can use the application to raise your hand to indicate you want to make public comment, or press star 3 if you're on the telephone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make public comment? Please approach the podium at this time.
Richard Correa, I'm number 9 on the,
One moment, please, and I will allow it, public comment. If you're commenting specifically on the item which is being contested at any of the cases that we are going to hear, we will have separate public comment in connection with those cases. But please go ahead if you have a general public comment which is not specific to any of those cases.
I have a question, and I asked your indulgence. I understand there's been some correspondence that came in on this case, and I just want to confirm that the matter is still going and that any change in the schedule?
No change to the schedule. You're talking about the Korea case?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. There's no change. We're going to have a hearing on the matter later today.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the correspondence you received wasn't some indication that the other party wasn't going to be here.
No, nothing like that.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
I do not see any hands raised at this time. This is your last chance for general public comment. You can raise your hand using the application or press star 3 if you're on the telephone. I'll give everyone a few moments.
We have no one approaching the podium. No hands raised.
I believe we can close general public comment at this time.
Yes, let's close the general public comment, and we can move on to the calendar of cases, number 3.
I believe we should jump to the item you wish to move to the front.
Thank you.
Item 7.
My mistake. The Bruno matter, it has been jumped to the front. We will hear the Bruno matter now.
Item number 7, file number 25061, a complaint filed by Mark Bruno against the San Francisco Planning Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.25, by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay, let me just explain what we're going to do here on each of the contested matters that we have here today. Clerk, is everything all right? Okay. This is a committee hearing. We do not make any final decisions. We look at your case, we'll hear the parties. We have the written files already, and we've reviewed them. We will hear from you 3 minutes for each party. First the petitioner, then the respondent, up to 3 minutes to talk about your case, with in mind that we've already gone through the documents on the cases. At that point, there will be a questioning session where the members here may ask questions of the petitioner, of the respondent, and possibly there may be people who would be witnesses that would come to to be available for us to, and if you do have a witness, please tell us, either the petitioner or the respondent, and we'll determine how to handle that witness individually. What we're trying to do is figure out if we want to send the matter to be heard before the full task force. We look at preliminary questions like, does task force does it appear the task force has jurisdiction or not? Does this involve records that are public records, or maybe something that's not a public record? Or does this involve public meetings? Those are the primary questions we look at. We may make recommendations on the substance of the matter for the task force to consider. And there are cases where, many cases, we will send to the task force for a hearing before everybody. That could be in a few weeks. It could be in a subsequent task force hearing. And there are some cases where we will put it on the calendar there as a consent matter. And those are usually ones where we feel that we understand what's going on with the case, and it should be something that it does belong on our consent calendar. All right, so with that in mind, let's go ahead and hear first from the petitioner.
5 minutes. Chair Schmidt.
I have 5 minutes. Is that correct? It says 5 here.
Well, we do 3 minutes each in
My
this
apologies.
committee. I think there have been people who have been told it's 5 minutes. 5 minutes is the rule for the full task force. But in this committee, I think because of the nature of what's going on, I think 3 minutes should be sufficient. If you believe you were somehow led to believe that you would get 5 minutes and you do need 5 minutes, I'm open to allowing it. But the general rule, just to confirm, in this committee is 3 minutes for petitioner, 3 minutes for respondent.
You will call us back if you have questions outside of the 3 minutes.
Yes, yes, exactly.
I'm fine with 3 minutes, Your Honor.
Are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
And thank you for allowing me to go first. I'll begin now. As you know, the respondent in this matter has already admitted that they did not respond in a timely manner as required by the Sunshine Ordinance. And why that matters is because on the 11th of September, the Planning Commission will be making an initial determination about the mayor's so-called family zoning plan and whether or not the upzoning and densification of our city, which is part and parcel to that plan, should be permitted and is something good for the city. And the overall context here that we cannot ignore outside of the minuscule and somewhat technical question of whether or not the planning department answered us in a timely fashion is why aren't they answering us at all about something which is so essential for San Francisco citizens to know? As I put in my request to the planning department, quote, those of us seeking this information, I'll tell you and remind you rather what that is, from the department of whom I am a representative with St. Vincent de Paul Society, are San Francisco renters. The effect of the mayor's upzoning proposal will profoundly affect us, our ability to continue living in the city. And without knowing which of these colorful dots on this map, here's one of the family zoning maps. It's for District 1, doesn't matter where, but you know that they're all over the city. The family zoning map here is a colorful map, which you all might not even know. I just discovered by walking into planning and speaking in person. It's not only the colorful parts, but the dark gray areas that imply upzoning, change in zoning. The zoning of the San Francisco city, the original planning for the city that was passed back in the 1990s, that we all passed for the future of our city, which recognized height limits in certain areas. So I think what's important is that in this legislation, in 701, so it's 250-700, as you know, and 250-701 that the mayor has introduced to the Planning Commission and to the Board of Supervisors. It says very specifically that you all, meaning all of us, must abide by this ordinance, which amends the planning code, must abide by a finding of consistency with the existing general plan. And that's what I was referring to before, and I apologize for not saying that specifically. It was that general plan that was passed and is the existing plan now. And it says you all must apply by the 8 priority policies of the planning code, section 101.1.
30 seconds.
And then I name, if you look at my request, what some of those are. So I'll just mention 2. That existing housing and neighborhood character be conserved and protected in order to preserve the cultural and economic diversity of our neighborhoods, and that the city's supply of affordable housing be preserved. We're saying as citizens, that cannot easily be done if we don't even know which of these colorful dots include renters, which is the only question we ever ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Okay, now, when our administrator is ready, we will hear from the respondent in this matter.
Mr. Ionin, are you ready for your 3 minutes? I'm going to unmute you.
Are you able to hear me?
Hello, Mr. Ionin. Are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Your time begins now.
Okay. To the task force committee, as much as I can appreciate Mr. Bruno's concerns over the family zoning plan that is being taken up at the Planning Commission and the reason for his document request, I think the statements he just provided to you are, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Am I speaking?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
have-
there's someone else
Yes.
who's not muted. And I'm sorry about the interruption, Mr. Ionin, but I hear that voice also. Let's see if we can, okay, I think maybe that person is not speaking. So sorry about the interruption. I think you can continue. We'll correct the time for you.
Your time
All
has
right.
been paused. We're restarting.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll start from the beginning. So to the task force committee, as much as I respect Mr. Bruno's concerns over the family zoning plan that is coming before the Planning Commission on September 11th, his statements to you in his presentation, I feel are somewhat irrelevant to his record request and this complaint. So I will simply address the complaint of failure to produce records in a timely manner. When we initially responded, when we're doing our search, we did concede that we failed to produce records in a timely manner because we failed to invoke an extension. However, in preparing for tonight's case, I was able to uncover an email dated July 8th, the day after we received his immediate disclosure request invoking not an extension, but essentially advising Mr. Bruno that we will be handling this as a standard request, a standard 10-day request. I'm still failing to find any additional extension beyond that. However, I will only say that during the majority of July, since we received the immediate disclosure request, we have been in correspondence both over phone and email with Mr. Bruno. I think Mr. Bruno will agree to that, and he could attest to that. It is not as if we were ignoring him and his request. The fact of the matter is the document which he was requesting and thought was in existence does not exist. So the process we went through for the majority of July was to try to figure out if there was any way the planning department could extract the data he was interested in finding. And so there was a lot of back and forth as to what exactly he was looking for. We were internally trying to determine if there was any way we could even extract the data. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, we determined we have no responsive documents. We did, however, provide Mr. Bruno with a map that is able to be you add layers and take away layers that addresses some of his concerns, but certainly does not answer the question he is answering or he is looking for. So again, I will today concede that we failed to invoke an extension after the standard 10-day, but Mr. Bruno was hardly ignored in this matter. There was constant correspondence with my staff working directly on the family zoning plan, and I'm sure Mr. Bruno will attest to that. It's just unfortunate we just don't have any responsive documents.
Thank you. That concludes.
All right. So members, any questions for the speakers, for the parties? Go ahead, Member Stein.
Question for the petitioner, Mr. Bruno. Do you have, or do you believe that there, after your discussions with the planning department, do you think there's any data that there might be out there that you just haven't been given access to?
Mr. Jonas just told us by his own words what went wrong. On the one time, several times he said respondent document. Other times he said extract the information. They had promised in my emails, which you have copies of, both from Lisa Chen and from myself, and she was the only person I communicated with. I only spoke once with Jonas and nobody else. So he's a little confused about that, but he's not confused about his description, which is crucial to this matter. There is a responsive document, which may or may not exist, and then there is the promise in writing by Lisa Chen to get the information for us, which seems so simple. Namely, we have a housing inventory, and it's from the Rent Stabilization Board, Lisa says, Ms. Chen says, and then she says, we also have over here the addresses of the places that are being upzoned. Can't they be cross-referenced? Can't they be merged in the document? I asked her to do that and use that word merge, which I am not able to do. And to show you as a board, and I know you're hopefully have some access to government and probably more experience than us do in the city, there is somebody here right now who I met here that's significant as a witness, and that is Heather Davies, who's here on another matter. Stand up for a second, please, Ms. Davies. So this is important because from a totally different neighborhood, a person I've never met, this is a significant witness to the same exact problem, that the city itself has put out a huge amount of information. Here it is. It's called the parcel table. Have you ever seen this? This is part of 250-700. I'm not going to turn it around because they won't be able to see it at all. It's so small. But I'm hoping that by going...
All you got to do is look it up. This has that thing, Katya.
This is one of 836 pages submitted to the Board of Supervisors by Ms. Chen's office, by the planning department, on behalf of the mayor's proposal. So there's a proposal, meaning legislation, like normal words that you and I can use. Then there's a map that you and I can see because it's a colorful map with little dots and they're different colors for different heights. And then there's this document, which Ms. Davies can also confirm. I try to do the same to figure out from this map, which I believe the planning department can easily do, which of these addresses, which are on the 836 pages of upzoning addresses, are including entries. It says right here, for instance, on the second line of this, it says RH2, RH1, RM1, C2. What I learned from coming to the planning department over many years as an amateur in my neighborhood, not as a pro, but is that these are codes that we all use to understand what a parcel may be used for. And if these codes are here after 836 pages of codes, then the city itself could provide by simply saying, well, here are the codes that include renters. So our question was just, which of these dots are renters? Which of the addresses include residential renters? They have the information right here. And by the way, Ms. Davies tried to do it because she realized that herself, but it was impossible because there's 836 pages and it's confusingly labeled. And if you'd like to spend the time, because I think it is important, I will ask you to take my time and please ask her questions, because she also went through this same process by pure coincidence and was unable to find the information without the help of planning. All we're asking is a little help from planning that prepared this tremendous document, this large document, to tell us where the residential renters are. That's what we're asking for. Thank you.
And then can I ask Mr. Ionin, do you have any comment on how difficult it would be to identify that information to cross-reference to the two database sources and be able to come up with a number of how many renters are affected by these proposals?
How many parcels include renters?
How many parcels that include renters are affected?
That was a
Mr.
question.
Ionin,
Yeah.
you've been unmuted.
Okay. Yeah, with all due respect to Mr. Bruno, I mean, he makes it sound like it's just such a simple task that we can press a couple of buttons and poof, we have this information for you, when in fact, the data simply doesn't exist. There is no data set that goes parcel by parcel throughout the entire city and county of San Francisco that identifies rental units, let alone rent-controlled units.
You never asked for rent control.
There are no data sets to merge or cross-reference. They don't exist.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to ask a question of a couple questions of Mr. Ionin. One is, so you're conceding that there was a delay in the initial response to Mr. Bruno. Is that correct? Just so we can know that for our record.
I'm correcting that concession. No, because we discovered the email responding to his immediate disclosure request, converting it to a standard request. We received his immediate disclosure request on July 7th. We responded with that conversion on July 8th.
Okay. So I had in my notes that there was no contest on that, but it sounds like at this point you've found...
Initially there was none because we couldn't find that particular correspondence.
Got it.
So I apologize that we found it late. To date, we cannot find an email basically with the technical invoking of an extension. But again, as I previously stated, we were in constant correspondence with Mr. Bruno trying to get information that he is requesting.
Okay. Now, in terms of the request itself, the substance of the request, and this is to Mr. Ionin, when you read that, what is within the quotation marks here, what is the number of commercial residential rental buildings that may be upzoned? When that request is made to you, it sounds to me like tell me if I'm characterizing this correctly. You did a search for documents that may pertain to sort of enumerating this information, but there really aren't any documents in existence in your department that you believe fairly are responsive to the question presented. Is that pretty much what's going on here? That they just don't. They're not concrete, specific existing documents that you believe are responsive that you have not produced to Mr. Bruno.
I believe what you're characterizing it correctly. We were first confused by his request of commercial residential buildings. And then was it just commercial and residential, just residential? So there was some clarification sought, but essentially, and I referred this request to the planners actually handling the family zoning plan effort. And
okay,
we went back and forth and determined that there was no data set that was responsive to Mr. Bruno's request.
Okay. So you did talk to people in planning about it. And it sounds like that is work that has been underway at planning to do certain analysis, maybe connected with these ordinances. Is that what's going on here?
I'm not following you. I mean, what do you
Okay.
mean work?
I'm sorry. Let me try to tighten up my question. Is it correct that the planning department is undertaking work to okay. Let me ask you a different question. What is the planning department doing, as far as you know, with regards to these two proposed ordinances?
I'm not sure how that's relevant to this complaint, but I will simply respond that the state has mandated local jurisdictions to upzone portions of their jurisdictions so that they can satisfy the housing demand. This is a state mandated effort. It's not coming from the mayor. It's not coming from the board of supervisors. It's not coming from the planning department. It's initiating a response to a state mandated housing effort. And so there has been, yes, a lot of analysis of zoning and height limits and increasing height limits and where is it appropriate and how much housing it might produce. Yes, the planning department has been undertaking a Herculean effort to get this under the gun by the time the state mandated a response.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other department that you think Mr. Bruno should be submitting this request to that could result in him getting more information that would respond to his request?
He could try the rent control board.
Rent control board, okay. And they have rent control board is separate from your public document request sort of
The rent control board is its own agency.
process. Okay.
And they have their own data sets that they maintain. But my experience with the rent control board is they evaluate cases on a case by case basis, but they may have a data set of some sort that relates to specific parcels that they're aware of having rental units. It's just that, I'm not sure there's a reporting requirement when you create a rental unit or when you take one off of the market.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
That's a very dynamic type of issue just off the top of my head if I'm trying to evaluate and analyze the request that he's submitted. It's not a static number or data set.
Okay.
It changes on a daily basis.
Okay, thank you. No more questions from me. Member Sugarman, did you have
Yes.
questions?
This is for Mr. Ionin. You'd mentioned about the statewide mandate for increasing housing. I'm somewhat familiar with this. And I understand that these are mandates that are set for increasing housing by certain numerical targets, which suggests that the numbers do exist for how many rental units or other housing units exist in San Francisco. I also feel familiar with yes, you would have to register or notify someone publicly within the government whether you are eliminating or adding a rental unit into San Francisco. I do not know if the petitioner is coming to the right source to find out that information. However, you have mentioned several times that you've conceded the immediate disclosure request issue. And in my experience with people who come before the Sunshine Force, there is the nuance of the rule itself, and there's also the request itself. And so whether you can see the IDR, I do have a question coming from this. My question is there any further effort being made on your part to assist the petitioner? Or is it your case that is simply no data from your department to give to them?
So the initial submittal in response to the complaint did concede the immediate disclosure request. My statement to you today is rescinding that concession, and I can present to you an email in response to the immediate disclosure request that we received on July 7th, on July 8th, converting the IDR to a standard 10-day request. I am still conceding that we failed to invoke an extension of that 10-day, but what I am telling you is that we've been in constant correspondence with Mr. Bruno about this request. But unfortunately, in the end, we determined we don't have any document and we don't have the data to create a document, which we aren't really required to do, but we would at least offer him the data we have if it were in our possession. But we do not have any responsive documents, nor do we have data that could be extracted to respond to his request.
Okay. Thank you. That I did hear that before. Thank you for repeating it. I just want to clarify my question again. What you're saying is the case is now closed on your part.
We, as I stated in my initial presentation, is that we provided Mr. Bruno with a mapping tool that is available online as part of this effort that partially addresses some of his concerns, but certainly does not fully respond, nor do we present it as a responsive document. It is just a tool that exists in our possession that somewhat addresses his concerns. But yes, we consider this record request to be closed, and we have no responsive documents.
That concludes my questions.
Yes.
May I remind members of the online community that the chat in WebEx is not being monitored, and that is because the information cannot be seen by other members of the public who are in the room with us or on the telephone. Thank you.
All right, members, we certainly can ask more questions, but it seems like we might be able to also deliberate at this time to determine whether and how we forward this to the full task force. Any thoughts, members?
I mean, I'm not that interested in a violation, like an IDR discussion at the full task force, but I'm kind of interested in hearing what the full task force has to say on the issue in a broader scope.
Yes, Member Stein.
Yeah, I mean, originally, when I thought that they, that the planning department was acknowledging a violation, I would have said perhaps a consent calendar. But now I'm leaning towards sending it to the full task force for review. I am cognizant of the fact that, you know, a records request can't necessarily ask departments or the government to create new data. And it may be that they don't have, you know, information in a form that would make the data that the petitioner is looking for available. But I think I have significant questions in my mind about what might be there that the petitioner could use to try to come to some sense of the information that they are looking for. So I would also lean towards just sending it to the full task force for review.
Yeah.
I think that I'm with both of you members on this. I think we might find the full task force might find a, failure to invoke an extension of time. In terms of the substance of this, I think from what Mr. Ionin has told us, I think that this is a situation where the request may be for documents that simply don't exist, and maybe they could be created, but we don't, the law does not require the creation of any documents. The law requires production of identified documents, but not doing analysis. I think also I have a bit of a different sort of look at this, which is I think that asking about the number, I think that there could be a lot of different individual buildings where there may be disagreement about whether they actually would come within the scope of this. And so you'd have a lot of ambiguity and maybe a lot of, legal questions with regards to individual buildings. It may be that they're estimating, but they don't really know which actual buildings would come within this. It does sound like the documents that the planning department has supplied maybe that they are relevant to the general question, but it seems like they're trying to help Mr. Bruno out in giving him whatever information that they think could be helpful in his inquiry. So, yeah, but I think that maybe this matter is not a consent matter calendar. I think these are certainly public documents and we certainly have jurisdiction. So I think we're all in agreement maybe that we do send this to the full task force for hearing. And since this is a 6721 matter, we'll try to put this on the next task force calendar. So members, do you want me to make the motion? Please. Okay. I'm gonna move that the committee forward this matter for consideration at the earliest possible next task force hearing. We do have we believe we do have jurisdiction, and this does involve a request for public documents.
May I get clarification on referral for a hearing to consider? Could I get a statement?
Consider whether there are violations of section 6725 and or 67.21.
Is there a second, please?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Sugarman. Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Sugarman to find that the task force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, and refer the matter to the next available full task force for a hearing to consider a violation of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.25 or 67.21. Or.
Sounds good. Let's see if there's anyone who wants to give public comment on that.
Anyone wishing to make public comment? If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 if you have joined us by telephone. I'll give you a moment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm
Thank
Heather
you.
Day.
Could you wait for me, please? Thanks. Thank you. Are you ready? Thank you for waiting. 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Are you ready?
make this short. I just met the complainant earlier today at in this room, but I immediately identified that I had attempted to work with the same table. I had not filed a complaint or a sign act request, but I am aware of what he is seeking, and that is that some of the data sets that are released with the family, supporting the family-friendly rezoning that are to be available for the public to better understand the scope and impact of this proposed ordinance. Some of those data sets are found in SF data, and some of those data sets, such as the one I was seeking to work with, was for religious properties, lists of religious properties, because that's part of a bill to encourage counties to repurpose religious properties. And so I was seeking to try and take that list that was with addresses of street name and street number and correlate it with the zoning map, the zoning upgrades. And that would be very onerous to try and compute that across the whole city and understand what the rezoning is for properties. For example, St. Cecilia's on Vicente, we have a gentleman from that church congregation, their church isn't upzoned, but St. Anne's of the Sunset is. And so that is a significant thing because a lot of that is something that they're seeking to convert to housing potentially if it's upzoned. Or there's other processes for affordable housing opportunity sites where the city is to be providing a list to the state for which religious properties are potentially within that scope of that list. So when I got this parcel list and I found that myself independently and saw that all the references for each parcel are block and lot, I can't take those two pieces of data and put them together and understand the impact of the proposed legislation or understand even the scope of what it's intending to do with respect to that one potential land use. And it should clarify, I think, what my interest in is. I would like to also add that I have emailed the chair, the secretary of the Planning Commission twice in the last 2 weeks because there was a broken link on 2 of the documents that are provided for public review with regard to the Family Friendly Rezoning Act. And that is with regard to the draft ordinance, the draft zoning ordinance. I had to email and say, that's a broken link. It's not present on that document. And they had to respond back and say, okay, the link was fixed and now there is a document. But during this really constrained time frame to be reviewing the impact of this legislation and the other thing was today, there was a missing zoning map in the same.
That concludes your time.
Thank you.
Would you mind sharing your name with us for the record?
Yes, again, it is Heather Davies. Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
Yeah, public comment on that, on the motion to send this on to be heard by the full task force. Yes. When our timer is ready to go. You have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, caller. I am muting your microphone. Thank you. Are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes. Hi.
Thank you.
My name is Mark Brandt. I'm a longtime resident of San Francisco. I'm here for another matter, but I'm hearing Mr. Bruno speak and I'm hearing this discourse and this sounds to me like an important thing that should have more transparency with regards to renters. I attended a community meeting out where I live now, and there was a lot of talk about this kind of thing. People are very, very concerned. For many years, I was a renter. Now I'm a homeowner in San Francisco. Very grateful to be in this family zoning and these kinds of things that certainly would benefit me as a homeowner. But as a person who's been a renter and who knows many folks that are renters, they're very concerned. So I think there should be much more transparency regarding this. You could call it a sea change or something like that, but it's very significant. And for this information to be hard to get and all these kinds of things, we have to do it right away. That's not the kind of city that we should be. We can win on the merits, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have no one approaching the podium. We have one hand raised. So caller, you've been unmuted. Do you wish to make public comment on item 7, file 25061?
I do. This is Patrick Manette. I agree with the speaker who just addressed you. I'm also a renter, and this issue is of great concern to the 64% of San Franciscans who are renters. I think the Planning Commission and the mayor and anyone else involved in implementing this change to the state housing density rules should slow this whole process down. And I encourage the complaint committee to forward this with a positive recommendation to find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's, it looks like we're done with public comment on that. Let's have a vote.
Correct. No one approaching the podium, no hands raised. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 3 ayes, motion passes.
Okay, we have, it looks like we're back to the order on the paper. That last matter was, I believe, number 7, and so we go back to this, how we are ordered. So we hear number 3, the NEHA v. SFMTA. So if you could read that one.
Item number 3, file number 25038, complaint filed by Paul Kaniha against San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. Mr. Hank Wilson from Respondent is a panelist. One moment, checking for Mr. Kaniha. Mr. Kaniha, if you are in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 so that I can find you. Hello, caller. Is this Mr. Kaniha?
Good evening, everyone. Yes, that's Mr. Kaniha.
One moment, lowering your hand and promoting you to panelist. Chair Schmidt, we have the parties.
Okay, let's hear first from the petitioner, Mr. Kania, when the timer's ready.
Mr. Kaniha, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, I am.
Your time begins now.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Good evening. My name is Paul Kaniha, and this request originally originated from a public hearing in which a new blue zone was proposed on Alameda Street in direct violation of the federal accessibility laws. And when I asked to demonstrate how accessibility requirements are going to be met, my questions, they were basically ignored. And when I asked to what was the name of the engineer that approved this, that question was also not answered. So I had no other way of finding out how the agency is planning to meet the accessibility requirements than submitting the sunshine request. And the agency failed to respond on time. And when they responded, they provided a survey that clearly looked like it was made in the office, not in the field. And after I asked for field notes, they provided a handwritten response and photographs. And when I asked to verify in any way how anything that shows whether metadata on the photographs or database that is reflecting the tracking database where they're supposed to keep that information, specifically about the survey date, because the only thing that they revealed is discussion with the client of a planner who is not an engineer, who I believe does not understand the concept of establishing blue zones, and federal accessibility compliance. And they were discussing them using the Google Sheet Views. So I have strong reasons to believe that there was no survey done, and the survey was actually done after the request was submitted. But they provided very fuzzy images showing metadata that supposedly matches the date that they provided. So we have to take their word for it, even though they have lied so many times that I have zero trust in them. But the matter in front of you is specifically regarding the delay in responding to this, and also if I can get any advice on how the issue of ignoring and not providing basic information regarding the proposals and yet still approving the zones in violation of federal compliance, how this can be addressed, because it's an ongoing issue and they just mock people.
That concludes your time, Mr. Kaniha. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Wilson, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
I am, yes.
Your time begins now.
Great, thank you. Members of the committee, thanks for having me. Hank Wilson, the Parking Policy Manager at the SFMTA. I think Mr. Kaniha and I were before the full task force back on August 6th about a few other unrelated items from Mr. Kaniha. And I think, as I said then, this is a demonstration that Mr. Kaniha is more interested in creating work for me and my staff than he is in any sort of public transparency. He routinely will send several public records requests after every monthly hearing about creating new loading zones, blue zones, short-term parking zones. We respond with all the documents that we can. In this case, I think you can see from the complaint summary from the file that we provided response documents. Mr. Kaniha had then follow-up questions and wanted more and different things. We provided those to the extent that they existed, and even though those really, I think in a lot of ways constituted 4 additional separate public records requests, but we did the best that we could. And I think you heard from Mr. Kaniha. I don't really know what the issue is here. We've provided all the responsive documents. We've responded to all of his follow-up questions. He's not alleging that there's anything that we've withheld other than just sort of a general allegation that we lie to him, which is not true. We have repeatedly and hundreds of times provided him with all the responsive documents we can for his public records requests. So I think I talked about this back on August 6th with the full task force, and I'll repeat it again here. Because Mr. Kaniha does send us so many public records requests, at the advice of the city attorney, we've invoked a rule of reason where we limit the amount of hours spent by staff on Mr. Kaniha's request specifically, so that we can retain hours to conduct the rest of the people's business that we are obligated to do. That does mean in some cases, because Mr. Kaniha sends so many requests, we will still be working on earlier requests when the deadline passes for his later requests. we let him know that in advance, that we may not be able to respond as quickly as we would like because his more recent requests are further back in the queue behind his earlier requests. That's what happened here. I think that meant that our
30 seconds.
responses got to him just a few days after the set deadline. And then again, when he followed up with several more inquiries, we responded to those, provided him with the additional information as he asked for. So I would encourage you to, not let Mr. Kaniha waste this committee's time with routine requests that we've provided complete responses to. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, questions for the parties? Okay, I'll ask Mr. Wilson, with regards to the request that we're looking at here today, do you believe there are has the department done whatever it needs to do to provide the documents that are responsive on this request? Or is that something that you haven't gotten to yet?
No, we have provided all responsive documents. This request is, request is for 3 or 4 months old at this point. So we provided all responsive documents and did so back in May. And I don't, Mr. Kaniha has not come back to us since then to say there's something else that you're not turning over. It's just, it took as long as it did to get this scheduled. And so I think this has been a non-issue for several months now.
Okay. And Mr. Kaniha mentions that there may be some metadata that is left out of certain produced documents. Metadata is something that people are entitled to if, you don't necessarily have to specifically request the metadata, but have you considered whether there is existing metadata that relates to any of the documents that have already been produced on this request that could now be produced to supplement the documents that were produced?
I'm not sure that I follow the question, but I guess I'll stick with what I said before, which is we've produced all the responsive documents. He basically asked for the file for this one particular proposed legislative change, very small change, adding one zone on one street. We provided the file. He asked for specific metadata follow-ups, like, I would like to know when the pictures were taken. We told him, we provided that information when the pictures were taken. He said, I want to see the information from the survey date field in Salesforce. We said, there's no information in that field because we don't use that field. He asked for the application details and the case history. We provided that. And then he asked for responsive documents about a particular, he asked for all documents about a particular subject, and we said we don't have any documents on that subject. So that's just the follow-up question, is that's after we had already provided the basic case file.
Okay, so you have looked at where Mr. Kaniha asked for metadata, and you've gone in and actually provided information on those specific requests, it sounds like. And so that would, okay. And so your position is, I think you've stated, and let me just confirm, that there's nothing else that could be produced in the documents that are responsive have all been produced on this matter.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct. Thanks.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, now we need to consider sending this on to let the task force decide. Any thoughts on this case? Should we send it by the consent calendar? Should we just let the task force look at the matter? It is a 6721. So go ahead.
I thought this was a good candidate to send to the consent calendar with a recommendation of a 6721 violation, since records were provided, 12 business days or 18 days total after they were requested. So that's kind of where I'm leaning.
And I support that. I understand where the respondent's coming from. It's kind of, it is what it is. It's a violation, but.
Agreed. I am seeing, I think there's two cases today where we've got that invoking of the rule of reason, and that is problematic. And I know that this is something that we're told is part of what city attorney is advising people to do. But it does seem like what we're seeing is that there's this advising that the requests of a specific individual given to a specific department are treated in this different way than other people's requests. And I just don't think that the law allows that to happen. So I think that's a problem, and we will see the problem again, I'm sure. I just wanted to say I really don't think that's a valid extension of the rule of reason. But I don't know if we need to go there necessarily today if we're going to say, well, there's a timing violation here. So I'm on board with what you want to do.
So I would move that these are public records under our jurisdiction, and to send them to the consent calendar with a recommendation that we find a 6721 violation, since the records were provided between 12 and 18 days after the initial request.
I'll second that.
Moved by Vice Chair Stein, seconded by Member Sugarman, to find that the task force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, and a recommendation, and to forward the matter to the full task force with a recommendation to find a violation of 67.21 since the records were provided within 12 and 18 days after the initial request. Apologies,
Between 12
let me
to
correct to that. We referred to the full task force for hearing.
Yeah, it's between 12 and 18. Is it calendar days, 10 calendar days?
Would you like to
Yes.
leave it at,
If it's calendar days, I was just trying to remember.
do you want to specify that in the order?
Yeah, I
or
would
to-
specify that it was 18 days, provided 18 days, calendar days later.
I think we could just say days, but I think it
Okay,
may
18
be.
days later. Yeah, just to make it clear for people who read our recommendation, why we're recommending it.
And we're actually putting this not as a recommendation, right? But to have it be heard on the consent calendar. So I guess it
Right.
is a recommendation, but
Yeah,
it's
recommendation that they find the violation.
on our consent. Yeah.
Adding, to refer the matter to the consent agenda. Public comment? Chair Schmidt.
Any public comment?
Anyone wishing to make public comment on this item, please approach the podium if you're in the room. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 if you've called in on the telephone. I'll give you a moment. We have no one approaching the podium, no hands raised.
All right, so no public commenters on that. Let's vote.
Taking the vote, Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. 3 ayes, motion passes.
All right, so when you're ready, we'll go to the next item.
Item number 4, file number 25043, complaint filed by Anne Marie against Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 12L.2, for failing to include requirements for nonprofit organizations in its contracts, Section 12L.4, for failing to provide public access to meetings, and 12L.5 sub A for failing to provide public access to financial information. Complainant requests per section 12L.5 sub B that the task force issue an advisory opinion as to whether COFAM is subject to the requirements of section 12L. One moment, checking for the parties.
While Pat is checking, I just want to remind everyone that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force does not use the WebEx chat during the meetings, as not everyone can see it. So it is not used during the SOTF meetings. Thank you very much.
Complainant has been added as a panelist. One moment, checking for respondent. Respondent, if you are in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I do not see a response.
Okay, so just because there are a couple entities involved here, the Fine Arts Museum and COFAM, it sounds like we may not have a person here on their behalf, but we're going to go ahead. And so let's at least hear from the petitioner, and then we'll ask if anyone's here for the respondent.
Ms. Mabott, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, I am.
Your time begins now.
Thank you. Good evening, task force members. As you know, the purpose of Section 12L is to ensure the nonprofit organizations with which the city chooses to do business operate with the greatest possible openness. If there ever was a public-private relationship in San Francisco that needed to be exposed to the light of day, it is the COFAM-FAMSF relationship. COFAM is clearly a nonprofit organization as that term is defined by Section 12L. And I have provided ample evidence to the task force that COFAM receives well in excess of the annual threshold of $250,000 in city funds that triggers the public disclosure requirements of Section 12L, including COFAM's 2023, 2018 through 2021 Form 990s, and copies of FAMSF resolutions number 1933 and 1957, affirming the transfer of more than $700,000 in general admission revenues to COFAM between July 1st, 2022 and June 30th, 2024. Per the analysis provided in the city attorney's memorandum dated February 5th, 24, that I provided to the task force, that was written by Deputy City Attorney Michael Debb, COFAM is clearly a nonprofit, as that is defined by 12L, and the triggering fact in the analysis was whether COFAM receives city funds. For some reason, which I do not understand, the city attorney at the time that was written apparently was not aware of the transfer of millions of dollars in public funds to COFAM. That being said, it has clearly happened. I also hope you had a chance to compare the 2002 facilities lease with the one-page May 2018 MOU that FAMSF claims is the only written document governing the current COFAM-FAMSF relationship. FAMSF trustees failed to include any reference to Section 12L in either document, but that failure should not excuse or exempt COFAM from Section 12L's public disclosure requirements. I don't think anyone could have imagined that a city department, namely FAMSF, would allow a private nonprofit organization to operate two major public art museums and collect and retain more than $10 million in
30
public
seconds.
funds every year over the past 20 plus years, including $20 million in fiscal year 23-24, without any written agreement or lease of any kind. Please forward this item to the full task force and recommend that COFAM be subject to the public disclosure requirements of Section 12L. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's check, see if there's anyone here for, on behalf of either of those entities.
If there's anyone in the online community who is here on behalf of respondent, either COFAM or FAMSF, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no hands raised.
Okay, let's go to questioning and members, any questions to the petitioner? I have a couple myself, but nothing? Okay. I want to ask, and I have to say, this is really quite a, this case, I call it, we have this term that a lawyer's dream. It's very technical. And I don't even know if I've seen any of these advisory opinions over the short time where I've been involved, but it does look like this one is probably one where it would be good to look at this. The question I have, Ms. Mabbitt, is with regards to COFAM, I see the way that we can look at both the question of whether COFAM is subject to 12L and also possibly whether the task force could determine if there are COFAM violations of 12L in its advisory opinion. But I don't know if this task force can actually make any kind of determination that FAMSF violated 12L. We generally don't sort of govern 12L cases except with regards to this provision that you're proceeding on. So I think that the essence of what you want is that we do develop an advisory opinion, but that's with regards to COFAM. Do you have any way to sort of tell me how we can find FAMSF to be in violation on this of a 12L provision, which is outside of what we usually do? Go ahead.
Well, it was just strictly reading the language. So right now I'm looking at 12L.2a, and it reads, each contracting agency of the city or any department thereof acting for or on behalf of the city shall include in all contracts between it and any nonprofit organization which are subject to this chapter provisions imposing the requirements set forth in sections 12L4 through 12L7 inclusive. I mean, I don't feel like it can be any clearer.
Well, I agree with you that the question of our agencies, our contracting agencies, our nonprofits, are they properly drafting their contracts, or are they violating 12L? That's a valid question. But I don't know if it's something that comes within the purview of what this task force does. I'm not questioning that we can give an advisory opinion on COFAM. But that's very specific in 12L5, how that happens. I don't know if we're supposed to be adjudicating 12L matters. I guess I don't. Do you take the position that the task force in general should be enforcing the provisions of 12L?
Yes. And as I think I referenced possibly in some of the correspondence is, the intent and purpose of 12L is clear, the overall intent and purpose. And the task force has been clearly authorized and empowered to issue advisory opinions on 12L. And here we have a circumstance, like I said, which no one could have imagined really, where essentially a contracting department has no contract for what is the exchange of tens of millions of dollars every year and the operation of these major public arts museums. So they can't, to allow either, whether it's FAMSF or another department, if it occurred, to allow their nonprofit partners to skirt these obligations by either not having a contract or simply continuing to fail to include it in the contracts that you do have, is just antithetical and just so contrary to the entire purpose of 12L. And it seems that the task force in general is the body that's been tasked with overseeing this and issuing opinions as to whether organizations are subject to its requirements.
Thank you. Okay. I don't have any other questions on this. I don't know if the members have any questions. I do not think that we can't make any final determinations. It's just a question of, do we send it to the task force? Do we see that we have jurisdiction? And jurisdictions, this is sort of a case where maybe we are questioning how far our jurisdiction goes. Obviously the question is, are these, do we have jurisdiction? And this would be about documents and meetings that may or may not be legally public. Go ahead.
We're not, I don't think we're at deliberation yet, but I think that we have publicly, I think that we've in other, I want to get to this eventually, but I don't know about the documents, but not under 12L, but haven't we determined that the meetings are supposed to be following specifically with COFAM under Sunshine Ordinance rules for various arguments and reasons for other cases that have been brought by this petitioner?
I think in I'll call it a related case, we did make that finding, and we just
yes, we just did.
Yeah.
And we also, and I just pulled it back up again, which I can't really discuss because it's I'm not able to, but there we also have received advice on this matter that determined that.
Okay.
So my thing is more to what extent this specific, it is exactly what you're discussing. It's jurisdiction. And to what extent this determination of any kind, whether determining something now or whether we forward it to the full board, how that affects other cases under 12L, basically, is my question. I suppose if we are asking questions, what the petitioner hopes to accomplish in that realm, in the sense that this is specifically about this organization, both FAMSF and COFAM, which we have been addressing. So in terms of like a wider oversight over other instances of 12L, is that important to the petitioner?
Can I respond?
Yes. Sorry, I meant it as a question. Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I didn't want to interrupt. Well, yes, and because this is another very unique situation that's been allowed to develop, over decades. But the public arts museums, the 80% of the operating budget of the public arts museums is COFAM. So it is private. It is not available. That information up until now has not been available, not only to the public, but not available to the Board of Supervisors. 80% of the operating budget of the public arts museums. That is absurd. And a resolution under 12L that COFAM is required to disclose their budget information would finally get the public and the board access to the full budget information every fiscal year for this department. And the public should deserve no less. So yes, I do feel it is really important, and that would be an example as to why.
Thank you. That does answer my question. I have more to say in deliberation, but that answers my question.
Sure. I think we're pretty much deliberating at this point, unless
my only question,
which is fine. That's fine.
My other question to the other members is is this the right lens to I take the petitioner's response. I understand it. I can see the merit to it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know if this is necessarily the lens to go through with pursuing that.
I think that's a valid question. The way I'm looking at it is that I'll use your terminology, the lens. I think we're talking about different lenses. And one way to look at COFAM is what are their obligations, or what are FAMSF obligations, what are COFAM obligations under the Sunshine Ordinance itself. And then this is kind of like you could separate this and say, now, since, we've already, we're looking at the Sunshine obligations, but now what are the 12L obligations that maybe there may be overlap between the Sunshine and the 12L, but it's maybe something where we would actually find something that wouldn't be within our analysis under the Sunshine Ordinance itself.
So here's how I understand it. And please correct me or fill in any knowledge gaps. But as I understand it, the question before us with COFAM was whether they were a passive or policy body. And it had to do with the overlap of leadership between FAMSF and whether that made them into a passive or policy body. And as I understand it, we have enough information determination to say that they are a policy body to the extent that they do fall within Sunshine, and that their meetings have to comply within Sunshine rules. So now the question is, and I realize that this has come up in the complaint, I apologize for repeating anything, but now the question is more about a document production and how that basically how to get access to the information contained within COFAM, not just the meetings. So that's like, so again, I'm just kind of volleying back that what I've already said is that whether 12L is the place to do that, because it is talking about other nonprofits, right?
Mhm.
And so that's a question of like, what effect does that have on other nonprofits that have no interconnected relationship in the same way and their document requirements?
Yeah, I don't know if we found that COFAM is 12L. I don't think that means we're saying that any other nonprofits out there would therefore be 12L. I mean, this to me looks, again, in lawyer speak, this is kind of a little bit sui generis. It's kind of a unique situation where, like, I mean, I think myself, wow, this is really weird. This whole thing with FAMSF and COFAM. And I actually respect the petitioner a lot for looking into this and bringing it to us. And so I think, we should be really taking it seriously. I think this is an organization that is really, I've never seen anything like it, the way that they're operating. And so I think any decision we'd make about COFAM, I don't think that would really be precedent that someone could say, well, therefore, all these others are going to be swept under that same precedent. I think that, we may someday find something else that we say, oh, well, this is just like the COFAM case. But I don't know if a lot of them would be like this.
Yeah.
It seems like they've kind of like operated undercover for years and years and years. And it's like, it's just been a lot of consent and just let them do it because they're, they're the museum.
Yeah, exactly. What's the harm? It's
Yeah.
kind of like, yeah.
Member Stein.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate this discussion. I just want to kind of throw out how I'm thinking about it right now. I mean, to me, I think it's clear that under 12L5B, we're authorized to provide an advisory opinion. And I think that gives us jurisdiction over at least a large part of the question that's being asked here of whether COFAM is subject to 12L. And for that reason, I would forward it to the full task force to determine that question, because that's clearly under our jurisdiction. And I think we also might highlight to the full task force that we need to think about whether we have jurisdiction to decide whether a department is actually violating 12L by not establishing contractual obligations with the nonprofits that it contracts with. But it is less clear to me that we can find violations of subsections of 12L by FAMSF or COFAM. I guess I would have to go again. I mean, I did read 12L pretty carefully, and I have a question in my mind about whether maybe it's the Board of Supervisors that would be in charge of doing that, or some other entity. There's nothing that specifies that we have anything to say beyond this question of, an advisory opinion. And for me, I hate to get into finding violations because there's not a specific complaint involved here about a public records request. There's not a specific complaint about a specific public meeting. But I also, even if there were, I guess we would analyze it through that different lens of, do we have jurisdiction over this organization? And, can we find violation? Yeah, so I would leave that as a second order question, because I don't think under 12L we can respond to that, or under this complaint we can respond to that, because there's no specific accusations of specific violations. And it may be that it's the Board of Supervisors that needs to look at that contract. So I think there is that question of jurisdiction that we might want to look at, but it's not clear to me that we have it.
Okay. I lean pretty strongly toward that, let's send it to the full task force. And I would, at that point, I would support finding that, COFAM is 12L. I'm a little less convinced whether we even though this is sort of like before us under the sort of umbrella of it's a FAM SF case, I don't think we can really apply 12L against FAM SF. But let's discuss it at the full task force. That one, but it's not really what this is all about. This is about is COFAM 12L, so therefore they need to comply. And the advisory opinion, we could issue advisory opinion, and that's the significant thing that we can do. I also think that maybe within that advisory opinion, we could say that meeting access and records are being denied in violation of 12L. But that's a question of whether that's within the advisory opinion. But I think that we definitely put this before the task force. The question, do we do an advisory opinion? And then what is the advisory opinion going to look like? Because
it sounds like also that the motion should include just a consideration over whether we have jurisdiction. I realize that we're discussing that, but it should actually spell that part out.
Yeah,
Since it's usually decided here, if we discuss it here, we've been discussing a lot at at the full board that if it's new to the board, then we discuss jurisdiction, but we don't if it comes to complaint first.
I can make a motion.
Yes.
I mean, maybe it won't be complete enough, but I would move that under 12L 5B, the SOTF is authorized to provide an advisory opinion on whether COFAM is subject to 12L. So this complaint is under our jurisdiction, and we refer the matter to the full task force to determine this question, and also to consider whether we have jurisdiction to decide whether a department is violating 12L by not establishing 12L's contractual obligation with the nonprofits it contracts with.
I'm going to need this repeated back, please.
Right?
I'm going to need this repeated back and summarized so moved by Vice Chair Stein that under 12L, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
12L 5B, sorry. 12L.5.B.
Is authorized to issue an advisory opinion as to whether COFAM is subject to the requirements of 12L?
It's subject to 12L, yeah, sure. Requirements is fine.
And the follow-on, please.
So I did have a clause saying, so this complaint is under our jurisdiction. And then we refer the matter to the full task force to determine this question, i.e. whether COFAM is subject to 12L. Also, the task force should consider whether we have jurisdiction to decide if a department is violating 12L by not establishing its contractual obligation with the nonprofits it contracts with.
All right.
And
Is there a
that's
second?
Full motion.
I'm sorry, is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by public comment?
Can I comment or no?
In this, yeah, I'm going to let you comment because this is a a unique case, and go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to reference something that was stated. So, I mean, this kind of is a public meeting and a public record request in that we wouldn't have gotten to this point. I mean, I wrote and asked for the date and time of the public meetings that COFAM was offering under 12L. And I also requested the budget information, and it was denied. As FAM said, COFAM's not subject to 12L. So, I mean, it was, just to respond to that, I mean, it is, in a sense, a public meeting and public records related request. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's go ahead to public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on this item? If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one approaching the podium. We have one hand raised. Hello, caller. Do you wish to make public comment on item 5, file number 25043?
Yes, ma'am. I'll try to be brief. This is Patrick Manette-Shaw. I have been following the Commission Streamlining Task Force meetings. They have developed one list that shows that the Board of Directors of the Fine Art Museum are required to file statements of economic interest with the Ethics Commission. The Commission Streamlining Task Force has an Excel file of all 150 commissions and boards and task force in the city. And in that, the listing for the Fine Arts Museum in the purpose column states, quote, the board of the museum, right? The board may enter into agreements with a not-for-profit or other legal entity to develop or operate the museums and to raise and maintain funds for the museum's support. The Streamlining Task Force has not yet ruled on whether to retain or eliminate the Fine Arts Museum's Board of Directors, but they are required. It is, the museum does have a state or federal requirement to exist. So I support the complainant, and I support you forwarding this to the full task force to hash out this entire issue of 12Ls versus the public's right to know what is going on. And so I urge you to quickly approve this motion and send it to the full task force. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We may be ready for a vote.
There's no one approaching the podium. No other hands raised. Taking the vote on item 4. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. 3 ayes, motion passes.
Let's see if we can, let's hear the next matter and then we'll give ourselves a break.
Item number 5, file number 25050. Complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Supervisor Raphael Mandelman, Board of Supervisors, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.29-5, by failing to respond to a request for Proposition G calendar in a timely and/or complete manner. We have a representative from the respondent. One moment, please, promoting him to panelist. Checking for Mr. Petrellis. One moment. Mr. Petrellis, are you in the room with us? Complainant is not present. We have responded. Representative from the respondent's office here.
Well, if Mr. Petrellis is not here, I'm not sure if I'm a fan of the rule, but the rule is that I don't know if we have any choice but to table the matter. And basically dismiss it, or whatever the wording is. Members, any thoughts that we do anything other than not consider it?
Move it to the next meeting. Seems, well, or sorry, go ahead. What were you? I said we could move it to the next meeting. It seems straightforward.
Do we get any kind of confirmation from Mr. Petrellis?
Checking.
I've had recent radiation treatment for vocal cord.
Hello, caller. I see your hand raised. Is this Mr. Petrellis?
No, this is still Patrick.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Last call, Mr. Petrellis. If you're online, would you please raise your hand in the app or press *3?
I'm fine with either moving it to the next meeting or closing it.
Yeah, I have one quick moment, just.
Yeah.
I'm fine with either too. I'm just wondering, what is the protocol?
I have it here. Basically to close the matter pursuant, or close the file pursuant to section 7B since the petitioner did not attend.
That's fine. They can bring it again. It's important.
Yeah.
None of the recent communications from Mr. Petrellis are pertaining to this matter.
Okay. Well, I'll move that we close the matter pursuant to Rule 7B of the task force rules.
I'll second that.
Public comment.
One moment, please. That was moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Vice Chair Stein.
Yes.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on this item, please approach the podium if you're in the room, or raise your hand in the app by pressing *3 or using the app. Hello, caller. Your hand is still raised. Did I not lower it? Is this Mr. Manette Shaw?
It may be. No, I do not want to comment.
I'm going to lower your hand.
Thank you. I thought I did that.
Okay, I'm going to lower your hand one more time.
Well,
Hands off the buttons,
this is Paul.
Oh.
This is Paul Kaniha. I had my hand up since the previous item. I don't have comments regarding this item, but I had my hands up since the previous item. And that's what I wanted to comment on.
Let's see, Mr. Kaniha, you are a panelist. You wanted to make public comment on item.
I believe, well,
The
Anne-Marie,
COFAM.
On item 4?
yeah, COFAM. Yes.
Mr. Young, guidance, please.
At the discretion of the chair, if you would like to reopen public comment for that matter, but the motion has already been made and voted upon.
Thank you.
Let's I will allow Mr. Neha to make comment, but let's conclude this matter, and then we'll go to Mr. Neha.
We have no one approaching the podium, no hands raised.
So we can vote?
Taking the vote on item 5, Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. 3 ayes, motion passes.
Okay, so when our timer's ready, Mr. Neha was present, and it sounds like he did what he needed to do to ask to make public comment on the COFAM matter, but was not able to do so. So I'm going to reopen that public comment and allow him the 3-minute public comment period on that item.
Please let me know when I can begin. Thank you.
On item 4. Mr. Kaniha, go ahead. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I wanted to thank the petitioner for bringing this matter, and it is, as somebody who has been dealing with non-cooperative branches of government, can tell that it is an uphill battle, and I salute and commend her efforts. And I'm very glad that she's not giving up on this matter. And I'm also very happy to hear that it is referred to full task. There's definitely lots of dark corners in this matter. It is concerning that a nonprofit organization that is receiving in excess of millions of dollars does not feel obligated to be transparent and to be disclosing financial information and meeting information and other important documents. So I wanted to thank everybody for paying very close attention to this matter, and hopefully we can shine some light on this very important matter. Thank you for your time once again and for taking my comment.
Thank you. Just a moment, please. Mr. Kaniha, moving you to an attendee.
Thank you.
Okay, so members, we can either take a break now or take a break after the next item. I'm open to either.
Don't you request a break every 2 hours?
I would like now, please.
Okay, break. Let's take a.
Pat, before you go?
Yes.
No. I would like to clear out the panelists section, just to be sure we don't miss anybody. I see a few numbers that we should probably move back to an attendee. So once you go on break, I would like to move those to attendees.
Mr. Young, clarification. Am I moving them or are you?
I hope that you would do it since I don't know if there are people you're looking for.
Inquiry, please. Mr. Fred McFadden, are you here for an item on the agenda?
No. They kind of like
One moment, trying to unmute
it is.
Fred McFadden.
Yeah.
Mr. Young, any thoughts? I'm unable to unmute Fred McFadden.
I'm just going to go ahead. Go ahead and go on break. I will deal with it while we're offline, but I will move them back to attendees. They can always raise their hand when they need to be moved.
Okay, and user 28 on the call-in as
I
well.
will take care of it. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. We have a hand raised. Let me check. Hello, caller. You've been unmuted. Are you here to make public comment on an item that we've heard?
No, this is Patrick. Can you hear me?
We can. Mr. Manetshaw, I'm going to load.
My item is next. I'm just wondering, could you please tell us how many minutes you will be on break so I can deal with something myself?
10-minute break until 53 after.
53 after, what does that mean?
7:53.
7:53.
All right, thanks. I'll be back.
Thanks, Mr. Manetshaw. I'm lowering your hand, placing you on mute.
I believe we can go on break now if you want to turn off your mics.
Microphones are off in recess at 7:42 p.m. Microphones are on. All parties are present. The time is 7:53 p.m.
All right, next matter.
Item number 6. Item number 6, right?
The Manette Shaw case, which is number
6. Okay.
6.
Item number 6. File number 25059, complaint filed by Patrick Manette Shaw against Department of Public Health for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.25, by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. One moment, please, while I promote the parties. Respondent Victor Lim for Department of Public Health has been promoted to panelist. Mr. Manette Shaw, would you please raise your hand so that we can identify you and promote you to panelist? I'll give you a moment. Mr. Manette Shaw, is this you?
Yes, wait a minute, hold on.
We
I
hear
had
you.
recent radiation treatment for vocal cord cancer and can't talk very much, so I'm using my computer to read this statement to the Sunshine Task Force.
Understood. Would you hold on one moment, please? I'm going to promote you to panelist. Parties are present.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and hear from the petitioner first.
Mr. Manette Shaw, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Your time begins now.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Are you
Could I
ready?
go?
Yes.
Yes, your time starts now.
Thank you.
On July 2nd, I emailed an immediate disclosure request to the Commission Secretary for the Health Commission's forward calendar of upcoming meeting topics. Mr. Morwitz is the only secretary and only paid employee of the Health Commission and is both the creator of and producer of the Health Commission's forward calendar maintained in Microsoft Excel. As such, Morwitz is the official custodian of this records, as I cited in alleging a violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21 A and B. In the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, Morwitz was paid $183,646 in base salary. With two separate 3% raises on July 1st, 2024 and July 1st, 2025, Morwitz is likely being paid $194,831 currently in base salary. He should not have had to enlist the help of any other Department of Public Health staff member on this request, and should not have wasted their time assisting answering this records request. Section 67.21A of the Sunshine Ordinance states explicitly that I, as a records requester, can deliver a records request via fax, U.S. postal mail, or my email to the custodian of a given record. As my complaint alleges, rather than producing the forward calendar, which is single computer file that printed a mere 3-page document, Morwitz replied by email directing me to resubmit the records request via the online Next Request portal. Even though I had an email receipt he had opened and read my email request, he already knew what records were being requested. And even though he wasted time directing me to the Next Request portal when he, Morwitz, knew he is the only person having custody of the requested record. Notably, the Sunshine Ordinance does not, repeat not, state that records requesters can only submit records requests using the online Next Request portal. Therefore, Morwitz's demand that I place the records request again using the online portal was a completely arbitrary and capricious demand. Although I received the requested document the next day, on July 3rd, this complaint involves a process issue. I asked that the Sunshine Task Force find both a violation of Section 67.21A and Section 67.25 on the immediacy of response. Morwitz violated both provisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lim, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Hold on, before we go to the respondent, I want to ask Mr. Manette Shaw. It was a little unclear. Was there a medical reason why you used some kind of software to make your presentation?
Yes, I tried to read you that statement. And the reason is I've had recent radiation treatment for vocal cord cancer and can't talk very much.
You could stop
which is
right
why
there.
I use my computer. And 2 years ago, I had squamous cell skin cancer that required a 10-hour surgery that ended up removing my right salivary gland and severed my facial nerve. I'm disabled, Mr.
Okay, thank you. That I accept that.
And let me add,
completely understand.
Let me add, city officials are not supposed to ask people why they have medical issues. You are out of line, sir.
I was not asking you why you have medical issues. I was asking you to give us a reason why we should accept it, basically a presenter that is separate from the actual
It's not
human
separate.
it.
It's an assistive device for somebody who is disabled, and we don't need to discuss this, sir.
Well, now I understand what was going on, but we didn't have any sense beforehand. And it's perfectly acceptable to me if someone
And you're not
uses a
supposed
device. Okay.
You're not supposed to be even asking these questions.
All right. I'm going to just stop saying anything that you might construe as me asking me questions. I'm done with that. I think it's time. I don't have any problem accepting the presentation that was just made. And I am going to say we can hear from the respondent next.
Mr. Lim, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, thank you.
Your time begins now.
Good evening, members of the task force. Victor Lim, Assistant Director of Public Affairs for the San Francisco Department of Public Health, and also serving as a custodian of record for the department. I'm going to reiterate for the record the statement that we submitted, which is on page 36 of the packet for item 6 here. The San Francisco Department of Public Health is responding to file number 25059 in regards to the complaint filed by Mr. Patrick Manette Shaw with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on July 3rd, 2025. The task force should dismiss this complaint. SFDPH denies the allegations in reference to file number 25059 that SFDPH violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance sections 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. I'm going to share the facts of this case detailing SFDPH's communications with Mr. Manette Shaw. First, on Tuesday evening, July 1st, 2025 at 10:12 p.m. in the evening, Mr. Patrick Manette Shaw emailed SFDPH Health Commission Secretary Mark Morowitz, submitting an immediate disclosure request requesting for the Health Commission's forward calendar for July, August, and September 2025. 2, please note, Mr. Manette Shaw's request was submitted after 5 p.m. after the close of business. Therefore, Mr. Manette Shaw's request was considered received by SFDPH the next business day, Wednesday, July the 2nd, 2025. Response to the IDR was due on Thursday, July 3rd, 2025. 3, on Wednesday morning, July 2nd, 2025 at 8:55 a.m., Health Commission Secretary Mark Morowitz responded via email suggesting to Mr. Manette Shaw, please use the next request system to make all DPH and Health Commission requests. 4. On the same day at 10:48 a.m., Mr. Morowitz notified the San Francisco Department of Public Health's Public Records team, which is my team, via email regarding the IDR and proceeded to process Mr. Minette Shaw's request. 5. Later that day at 2:37 p.m., Mr. Minette Shaw responded to Mr. Morowitz's email.
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, the statement is basically that we responded everything in time and we did not fail to be late. And the rest of it is in the record of the file. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for respondent. Did you, in responding to the petition, the request here, did you ever, or people you work with, ever insist that petitioner use the next request system?
No, we do not demand or require anyone using the next request system. Mr. Morowitz simply responded suggesting that he could use the next request system. Also, moreover, it is our process for our department to have all our responses provided by our team, either by email or better yet, on next request. And that Mr. Minette Shaw, for the record, has submitted a total of 221 separate PRAs or IDRs with the department on the next request portal since April 9th of 2018. And additionally, our department has invoked the rule of reason with Mr. Minette Shaw on July 1st, 2022, and reaffirmed the rule of reason on January 17th, 2023 via email on both occasions for his multiple requests. However, we've all been answering all of his requests in a timely and a complete manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Okay. I don't think we have any further questions for the parties. What should we send this to the full task force, and how should we send it? It seems like we do have, it's a public records case, and seems like we have jurisdiction. Do we see a violation?
Kind of on this member's line, I'm a little on the fence on this one. I don't see a violation of 6725 for failing to respond, since the request was made after business hours. I see that argument that one day is more or less being met. We've had cases in the past about whether petitioners or requesters could be required to use next request. And although the respondent says there was no requirement here, the wording, the exact wording is, please use the next request system to make all DPH health communication requests. To me, it doesn't necessarily rise to a requirement to do so, but certainly it could be stated as more of a tentative statement, something like, we request but do not require that you submit a request through next request. So I think there may be an issue there. And, we have dealt with these cases before, but it seems like this maybe needs to go to the full task force.
I don't know. To me, this is Member Sugarman. To me, this feels more like a consent. I mean, there is a question. I just read the part that you said about please use. It does sound like if I read that, that would be framed to me as a requirement. My question to you is, to the members, is that without outside the bounds of what's allowed to have we discuss this all the time about, and we often talk to respondents about advising them to set up a specific system about where their request should go, and making sure that if they do have a system set up, that they have someone who's monitoring those requests. Like sometimes, you hear from respondents who they have a system set up and then no one's monitoring those requests, right? So So that's one question that I have. And to me, other than the next request issue, the request was made and the documents were provided. So for me, it's more of a timeliness issue for consent. And I want to also point out something that came up in an earlier case. I'm not sure how relevant it is right now, but we did discuss the rule of reason, and this department did invoke that when responding to this petitioner. Not in their time speaking just now, but in the documents, I saw that they invoked the rule of reason in 2022 and 2023.
I'm pretty open on either what either of you said. I could see putting it into consent or just giving it to the task force. I like to put things in consent when we can, especially when they're 21, 25 document cases. The please use, it does seem like if we're going to broadly construe the Sunshine Ordinance, that seems to sound like a requirement. I agree. And so.
And they can't require that? Okay.
The ordinance says you can submit in almost virtually any form, right?
Was he told that?
No, I'm saying the Sunshine Ordinance says.
Oh,
that.
yeah,
So you
exactly.
can't tell people you have to submit through next request or in a particular way. People are supposed to be able to do it by mail or fax or phone or writing or whatever they want.
Then that sounds like a case to me. Like that sounds like something that, you can find a violation for consent, but for that specifically, or you can have the full board discuss it.
Yeah, I guess maybe just adding up what you've said, maybe we send it to consent and say we find a violation for improperly requiring use of next request. And I would add in improperly placing a blanket application onto Mr. Minette Shaw of this rule of reason.
Well, I would be okay with the next request portion of it. I wasn't necessarily saying it's violation for the rule of reason.
Okay.
I just brought it up as more of like a note that that it's come up again, and it's just, again, it's just for deliberation. There appears to be some bias in that way, right, from seeing that. But I don't think that it's a violation of any kind to invoke it.
Okay. How about that consent? I don't think we do it. It's not about time, I don't think, because the response is pretty quick. Okay, I'll make a motion that we place that we put this on a consent calendar for a violation of 6721B for
I heard improperly requiring.
improperly requiring the use of next request in the language of the respondent's response to the document request.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Sugarman to find that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, and refer the matter to the consent agenda with a recommendation of a violation of 67.21 sub B for improperly requiring the use of next request in the language of the respondent's response to the document request.
I just want to ask if you want to, I don't know if you want to, but if you want to add anything about that we believe the IDR was responded to in the requisite time. It's raises a question in the case, and I just wondered if for guidance of why we're not bringing that up, about that. It's optional.
I didn't hear what she just said.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't in the microphone. Yeah.
I just said that because we don't believe that there was a delay in the response, given that they wouldn't have seen the request until the next day, whether we should indicate that in this motion, since we are sending this to the consent calendar, just so that people understand why we did not include a recommendation of a 6725 violation.
And
oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say what you were, I think that we should include that. I think the more information is better.
That's not the issue. The issue is only about the next request requirement.
Exactly. Yes. I will add a sentence that says there at the end, there is no finding of improper delay in the response.
That's fine.
Okay.
And so that'll be the motion. Second, okay with that? Okay. All right.
Yes.
And so we can have, yeah, good idea to add that. Okay, public comment.
Can I comment on my own item?
No, but you may want to get in line for the next one.
Anyone wishing to make public comment?
Can the department clarify? Because I didn't have enough time for explanation.
I'll give you real quickly.
I would like to add, I understand that the language, when Mr. Minette Shaw did, or Mr. Morowitz did say to please use next request, we understand that the language could have been worded better. And we've also given guidance to all our colleagues that we should make it as a suggestion, because in the past, we also have responded to Mr. Minette Shaw via email. And we do appreciate that he took the extra effort to file the request on next request. But we clearly understand, and that was not our intention to require, nor was that intended in the language. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's appreciated.
Do I get to rebut that?
No, I'm gonna just. I think we are, sending it to find the violation. So I believe that the violation is a very specific finding that we're going to make. I understand that it sounds like it's not something that you want to see happen again at your agency, and you understand how maybe the language needs to not be used again.
That's right, because this whole reliance on 2-year-old, 3-year-old rule of reason nonsense is also nonsense, and it shows their bias against me. The
Understood.
ordinance does not require next request, whether it is offered as a suggestion or as a directive. Neither one of them are appropriate.
Yes, and that's what we're finding also when we send this on. Thank you. Okay, I need to get us to public comment now.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 6, file 25059? If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We'll give you a moment. We have no one approaching the podium, no hands raised.
Okay, let's vote. Thank you.
Taking the vote on item 6, file 25059, Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 3 ayes, motion passes.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manette.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Lim.
Okay, when you're ready, we'll call the next item. Looks like it's
Item
gonna
number
be
9.
number 9, yes.
File number 25065, complaint filed by Richard Correa against Supervisor Joel Engardio for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.29-5, by failing to provide a Prop G calendar in a timely and/or complete manner, and Section 67.34, for willful failure to discharge duties imposed by the Sunshine Ordinance, the Brown Act, or the Public Records Act. One moment, please. Checking for respondent. Members of the online community, if we have a representative here from,
He's here.
thank you. Parties are present?
I have a
Okay.
procedural question. My first time here, in an email exchange, I was told I'd have 5 minutes.
I'll give you five minutes because you were told you could get 5 minutes.
How about this, up to 5? I've been lining out stuff, trying to bring it down a little bit. And my second question is that this was a specific complaint against Supervisor Engardio, and he's not here tonight. Is that normal for, it wasn't a complaint against the department or, an agency of the city. It was against an individual.
It is common practice that somebody come and very rarely is a head of an agency actually making an appearance, but it is permitted, at least in our practice.
It's also permitted in the Sunshine Ordinance, right? Because it only says that an authorized representative has to come, but it doesn't say that the particular person against which the complaint was made or the head of a department has to come.
Thank
It's
you.
an authorized representative.
Thank you for clarifying that. I felt an obligation and that some of his constituents were here to at least raise the issue. Makes sense.
Thank you, Member Stein. Yeah. Okay, so when the timer's ready, we'll give each side on this one up to 5 minutes.
I was also promised a 3-minute rebuttal, but I'll only take 1 minute if I. No, you know what? I'll waive the rebuttal. You've been kind with the 5 minutes. Okay.
Excellent. Sounds good.
Yes.
Your 5 minutes.
And we have read the documents, so we
Your
know the file. Yes.
Okay.
Your 5 minutes begins now.
Thank you. My name is Richard Correa. I'm a retired San Francisco police commander. Contrary to Supervisor Engardio's comments immediately after I filed this complaint, I am not a, quote, tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. I've investigated thousands of criminal cases, interviewed countless criminal suspects. I'm an attorney. I'm a reasonable person, and I'm pretty good at separating fact from fiction. The gravamen of this complaint is that Supervisor Engardio, in response to my request for immediate disclosure of his 2024 Sunshine Ordinance daily calendar, provided me a document that had been altered, omitting a meeting that was held on the 28th of May, 2024. The meeting had appeared on a calendar that was released 5 months earlier to a Mr. Greg Chopesky, a fellow that I don't think I've ever met. Why is this meeting important? Suffice it to say, and trying to, respectful of your time here, this meeting that was removed from the calendar was politically sensitive and volatile and detrimental to the supervisor's effort to keep his office. The specific allegations are that he didn't release the calendar in a timely or complete manner, and that there's a willful failure under the Sunshine Ordinance 67.34. The memorandum that was filed in this case in response to the complaint, in that memorandum, Supervisor Engardio's Chief of Staff now agrees that the May 28th, 2024 meeting was not listed on the calendar that was released to me, and that it should have been. Given this admission, the question of whether the document released to me was complete, the answer is no, it wasn't complete. Two issues remain. Was it released timely? No, I applied for this, I submitted this request on 3/13/25. I received no response, and on 3/18/25, I submitted another request, upping the intensity of the request. They say it went into the spam file. I don't know how they run their office, but I sent it in. Is this a big part of it? No. But what follows is a big part of it. Was it willfully deleted? Supervisor Engardio, in his responsive memo, states that the omission of the meeting was due to the poor work habits of unnamed interns and others. He asks us to believe that the calendar entry was erroneously eliminated due to inadequate and unreliable computer processes. I'd like to point out that 67.21-1 requires that he have reliable and adequate computer processes to handle these things. In response to the complaint, he's given us hundreds of pages, including yet another calendar, a third calendar that we are to figure out from. There's 1,000 pages that we've gotten now. The only versions that are important are two documents. The one I received on March, on or about March 2025, and the one that came out 9 months earlier. On the question of willfulness, the calendar is a record, not a living document that you change months and months after an event is passed. Now, Supervisor Engardio personally replied to me on March 18th, in the March 18th email, and indicated that he had discussed my request with Mr. Goldberg, who would promptly release the document, which he did. Objectively, disclosing this meeting in the middle of a campaign was an inconvenient fact detrimental to his campaign. Now, the excuses offered are that there was a process failure. What process failure could result in the deletion of a meeting entry that appeared second on a list of 4, and the reformatting of the calendar page would have had to be changed in order to eliminate the gap, which it did. The most damning, though, and I have 30 seconds left, I can't believe it. The most damning is that when you compare the calendar that was released in October and the calendar that was released to me, in the October one, there are 344 separate meetings. In the one that was released to me, there are 343. One meeting is gone. I submit to you that we'd have to be very naive to believe that a process failure of that scale that could do all the things that this process failure did.
Thank you.
It's untenable. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from the respondent, and then we may have member questions.
Good evening, members of the task force or members of the complaint committee. My name is Jonathan Goldberg. I am Supervisor Joel Engardio's Chief of Staff. We do not disagree that the May 28th, 2024 meeting should have been listed on the supervisor's Prop G calendar. This meeting was previously disclosed on a request that was made or that was shared on October 3rd. It should have been listed when Rich Correa issued his immediate disclosure request, which we did provide a screenshot to demonstrate that immediate disclosure request went to our trash folder or spam folder. Apologies. We have taken the appropriate steps to correct the manual process that was managed initially by interns and then sort of combed through by staff. Our Prop G calendar as of October 2024 was a Word document that was on a staffer's individual computer. That staffer would upload that to a internal shared drive that became cumbersome to manage when there were multiple Prop G calendar requests, creating alternate versions of the Prop G calendar. We have taken the appropriate steps to address this issue by having a complete running calendar where we can see version history and edit history, so we know when things are changed, and we're not constantly sort of reverting back between a locally saved copy and a sort of mutually shared copy. We fully acknowledge that given the circumstances, this of all things, given the complainant's sort of role and sort of opposition to the supervisor's policies, this is not something that we are relish in. We fully own up to this error, and we've taken the appropriate steps to make sure that it does not happen again. Thank you much. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Members, questions? Okay, I will ask the respondent a couple of questions. Do you know who was responsible for the one item at issue being somehow withdrawn or deleted from the calendar that was produced to the petitioner?
I do not know who is responsible. We have several, interns. We give them guidance on how to produce and pull records. We don't necessarily go back and compare Prop G calendar requests versus other versions. This is a lot easier. This was a lot easier process to manage when there was one request at a time, where we could just ensure that the master file was fully up to date. The challenge with having the master file is that as staff, we want to make sure that as much pertinent information and detail, even if it may not be sort of subject to disclosure, the supervisor, has made it very clear that he wants as much information as possible. And when there are acronyms or abbreviations that are, in a calendar entry, it is, in my view, staff's role to make sure that we clearly spell out what, CTA or BOS or BNF committees are, to make sure that folks who are reading this calendar have an understanding of who he is meeting with and what their roles and affiliations are.
Were you involved in any conversations about that specific item and whether to include it or exclude it from the production to petitioner?
I don't recall any discussion as to whether or not it should be included or not.
Okay, and so when the production to petitioner went out, were you personally aware that it did not include that single item?
I was not personally aware that a meeting or an event had been deleted, or that some information had been deleted. Again, given the complainant's sort of leadership role, we want to make sure that we do our best to provide the most complete picture possible for the complainant, and we did not in that regard.
Has your office been able to go back into, you said that you could look to see when something's deleted in the past. Have you gone back to see the circumstances whereby that one item was not included in what was produced?
So those, as of October 2024, there was a locally saved version of a Word document that was sort of in the purview of a staffer. Since then, we have moved to a Google Doc version where we can see who has edited what and who is responsible for what changes or modifications have been made. That is just to help ensure that we have that running list and that additional accountability to ask or flag when when edits or additions are made that are not clear.
Okay, so it sounds like you changed systems.
Correct.
And in the earlier system, can you determine the dates that certain edits were made well, actually, it seems like it's the later one where you can track when something was deleted. So have you gone back to see when the item was deleted between the September production that included the item and the March production that excluded it? Have you gone back to see in the history in the Google Docs when that deletion happened?
Yeah, so we know that omission was made sometime between September and October 2024. So when the complainant requested the supervisor's Prop G calendar in March, the last time we were able to notice that any edit had been made to the supervisor's 2024 Prop G calendar was January 6th or January 8th, 2025, which I understand is not within 3 days of the sort of required timeframe to update the supervisor's calendar, but it was given the holidays, we had to wrapped up the 2024 calendar in by January 6th or January 8th of this year, 2025. And that's what we sent to Rich Korea in March of 25.
You said two things you said that the omission was there, or it occurred, I guess, within a month of September 2024. Do you mean that there was a deletion between the September version and, say, the October version? And have you found the date on that and who did the deletion?
So we know that there is a Word document that has the time frame. I believe it is March 15th to September 15th. that was provided to, that was one sort of request. And then there is another Word document from January 1st to, I believe, October 1st or October 15th. And so given that the Word document from January 1st to October 15th was the most comprehensive sort of calendar, that's what we continued to build on to create sort of the running 2024 Prop G calendar. This is sort of in reference to the version control that was challenging to manage, especially when you had interns and staff trying to add content when there were two separate files.
Who was the intern who was working on that file at the time the deletion occurred?
I do not know who that might be off the top of my head. I know that we had, I believe, two interns that were, I believe that they were working with our office around that time, but I'm not sure about that.
Did the interns, they're unpaid interns, right?
They are.
Okay. Are they given the authority to respond to document productions?
No, staff are supposed to be checking, their work. They do flag when information is missing. And so sort of glaring, acronyms or, just sort of missing fields, such as like a missing agenda, or a sort of an incomplete list of titles or affiliations, organizational affiliations, that is flagged, and staff, do go through and try to build that out a little bit, so that it's clear from the requester, who was meeting when.
When did the Google Docs document begin? When did you shifted from Word to Google Docs?
At the end of October.
Okay. And the initial Google Docs document, did it have this entry in it?
It did not.
It did not. So in the conversion, somehow that one item sort of disappeared. Okay. But you'd agree that there's nothing else that disappeared other than that item, right?
I hope that there is nothing else that is missing.
You're not aware of anything
I am
else?
not aware of anything else that is missing. This complaint did sort of at least trigger the process for us to really make sure that everything in 2025 was listed accurately and completely on his calendar. It is we are up to your discretion as to just making sure that we go through and verify that every single thing that we have recorded and produced is indeed accurate.
With regards to the calendar item, what was the substance of that 1 hour meeting? I'm not sure if it was listed. Do you know what the substance was?
I believe in the complainant's response, the subject was Great Highway Park.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? It was
the topic was Great Highway Park, if I believe correctly.
Okay.
Yes, Great Highway Park, Lucas Lux, Abundant SF, and Todd David was the meeting that was eliminated.
Okay. Were you at that meeting?
I don't know off the top of my head.
You don't remember? Okay. Do you from discussions since that meeting, do you know what the substance of that meeting was? What was the discussion that occurred? It sounds like it was a significant meeting. And I think we'd probably benefit if if it's something that's not important, then that might affect what we do. But I'd just like to know what was talked about and, what happened, were there any decisions made, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure. So it is no secret that Todd David is a political consultant, and Lucas Lux is a Sunset resident and strong proponent and sort of neighbor leader, community leader that was firmly behind the creation of Sunset Dunes or Great Highway Park, and he was a strong advocate for the creation of the park. My understanding is that this meeting was to introduce the two of them in case that, as we have sort of seen play out, things would get political.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Any other questions, members, before we?
I just want to say that would have covered any I might have had.
Okay. I have a question for the petitioner. What do you know yourself, or what have you heard about what the substance of that meeting was?
Nothing. I don't know anything about it. I would ask you to indulge my little bit of rebuttal here. You've asked a gentleman if he recalled a conversation about scrubbing a document, and his answer is, I don't recall. Where are we? In what world where you won't recall committing an act like that or not? It challenges me to believe the rest of what he said. I'd like to point out something also. In addition to the missing meeting, I guess their process started rewriting things also, because on the following meeting, the one that was moved up to replace the one that evaporated, the initial earlier calendar describes the meeting as with regard to the skyscraper out by the zoo and meeting with Mr. Jimenez, logistics and community. Then we jump ahead to the fresh one. And I mean, I don't mean to be flip, but really, now it says project plans and community engagement strategies. They dolled it up a little. I just don't know a system that does that. Maybe, well, I just don't. I will make this offer. I've interviewed a fellow that was a former employee in the office who I hope that this gets to the Ethics Commission and to the city attorney, because he's willing to come in and talk then and explain what was going on in the office when he worked there during this time frame. I'm also told that there are witnesses to, and not as an offer of proof or anything like that, but there are witnesses that would come forward if compelled or asked by an investigative body. They're loath to sort of step out on this issue, but it has to do with what actually happened with this calendar. And the second one has to do with a quarrel that took place immediately after the complaint was filed, a quarrel that took place in Supervisor Engardio's office. I don't know those things to be true, but I've been told over and over again that those people are out there.
You just mentioned, I know you said that 343 entries, I think the number was 343.
344 on the first release, 343 on the second.
And this was the one, and you just mentioned some edits to the next item. You've apparently reviewed the two to compare. Is there any other editing that's going on in other parts of the document, or because that too is maybe it's significant to us, maybe it isn't. But did you see it elsewhere?
I was on a 12-hour airplane flight the other day, so I had some spare time to pull both these up on a computer. And I went through and checked line by line, looking for matches. Honestly, can I say that there was no change? I don't know. But everything else, it tracked. The names were right, the abbreviations, all that. I can't say whether there were, I wasn't looking for that. And I raised this one here because it's just curious to me that the language changes on the Jimenez meeting that followed the Lux and Todd David meeting. And there may well have been other changes. I just don't know.
I'm going to just say that I assume that as a committee, we'll push this forward to the task force. But to me, that second item changing corroborates that the first item was intentionally edited out. I just want to say, in my sort of knowledge of, the ideas of evidence, it seems to me that you had someone who's actually taking words out and putting new words in on that same page. And so definitely don't bury that lead when you talk about this again.
Will I have to talk about this again?
Well, we don't, if you do.
No, I'm glad to.
Yeah.
And let me say that I did not read verbatim every single calendar entry to check it, but I did confirm that every calendar entry but one made it on to the follow-up. Also,
thank you.
Could I add this on my little rebuttal, is that this is resolved, as I think your questioning showed, by the metadata on the computers, on the documents, on the computers themselves. Who are the interns that were there that are bearing responsibility for this? There's a lot to look at here.
Have you received any metadata on the calendar change?
No, what I did look at was on the PDFs that came across, and there is some limited data on there. The only takeaway I had from it is that it was residing on an Apple computer. And I don't know that the city uses Apple, so someone's keeping it on their personal computer. I couldn't draw any other inferences, but, there's, a custodian of records for the city. There's folks that can look into this. And I do think it's important to resolve it. And let me also say, thank you for your indulgence. This stuff's important. We all know that we live through why we have these rules and why we have transparency. And it's unfortunate, and it's difficult, I think, for public officials like Supervisor Engardio to, be under scrutiny so often and so much of this complexity. However, that's the nature of the game. And if you don't like it, maybe it's time for a new job. All right.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I have no other questions. And so what we do is, I assume that none of us have questions. We deliberate, figure out what we want to do. We can't make any final decisions here. Any final decision, violations or orders is done by the full task force. And that's a task force of 11 seats. But at this point, we will deliberate on whether and how to send it to the full task force. Members, any idea?
Well, I don't think that the full board would want to see this on consent. So, I mean, I think they would probably want to discuss it. That's one.
Agreed.
I think there have been two arguments before us, and I can kind of hear from what you've been asking and discussing kind of where you're leaning with it. For me, there's an obvious failure to produce a record that's been admitted. And so that's an easy recommendation. But the other question I have that's kind of more I mean, we've been discussing recently specifically the topic of willful failure and how that's defined and how that's sent to to ethics and what ethics does with that. And to my own knowledge, which can be spotty, but I don't think that we've resolved that. So it's just I don't know what to do with that. I will add, I haven't seen, I think that there are other cases where you see them before these offices and there have been instances where we have specifically said this is willful failure, or like where we felt that way about it. And this case is very interesting and it's on a topic that I think is widely followed. But in the realm of the Sunshine Task Force, I haven't seen a case with this office before to really determine that, other than how the office presented themselves here today. And I mean, they had a rebuttal. Like they had a person, that person had a timeline. So for me, it doesn't rise high enough for that to be considered.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, I definitely see, a violation of 6729.5 for not, sorry. I can see that I believe there's a violation of 6729.5 for not responding to the consent calendar request, to the calendar request within 3 days. I think we could also suggest they consider, or the task force consider, a 6727 violation for withholding a meeting from a document release without written justification, because clearly that meeting wasn't there, was omitted. I also am not sure, just the way we've understood willful violation in the past, that there's enough evidence to justify finding a willful violation, even though there's clearly some unusual background to this meeting being left out. But normally, the way we've interpreted it, we've had a pretty high bar, and we've tended to, because we know that the Ethics Commission has a kind of high bar for showing willfulness, and we've tended to treat it as a failure of a department to follow our orders when we've said to release a document that they haven't released. That's kind of, we've tried to keep it, provable, right? It's written in a kind of more general way, but we've seen that ethics really needs to see some evidence that, like a deliberate intent and deliberate, actions, and have strong evidence of that. So I'm just not sure it meets that bar. I'm not saying that doesn't mean we can't send it for the task force to look at it, but just the way we've interpreted it in the past, I'm not sure it would meet it. Yeah.
I'd like to add that if you're waiting for a smoking gun, you're not going to find it, because the whole problem is these things happen in back rooms. And so what we have are the telltales of somebody taking a meeting off of a calendar, involving a meeting that is detrimental to what's going on in their life right then. And I don't know what else, that alone should justify an investigation into determining whether it was willful or not, or whether it was these interns that were monkeying around with the calendar. But as a lawyer, willful isn't something that someone comes up with all the evidence and shows it to you and says, here's a willful, right? It's part of an investigation. So to suggest that somehow this doesn't rise to the level says maybe you're not going to take a look at it. All we're asking is that you take a look at it and get the Ethics Commission to investigate, and the city attorney. This has to send a message, I think, about but I don't think you can dismiss it as not willful. I think it's an open question.
Well, I would say that I agree with the other members that it doesn't seem like the kind of I'll call it extreme types of situations that we have dealt with, where we've treated them as 6734 cases. However, I think that for purposes of what we're doing here today, I don't think we should tell the rest of the task force, we recommend not even touching the 34. I think we just give it to them. And we'll see what our 10 or 11 members say. I don't even know what I would lean against the 34 at this moment, but I definitely see that we should find that there was a violation by their office. Since it was not a, like it's not an item that was negligible. It seems like there could have been some real questions about what was going on in deleting that single item. It just doesn't feel legit. I agree that who knows if anyone will ever actually find out how that occurred. So I agree with the members that, yeah, it's looking like there's some degree of a violation, and so we probably will we can either recommend to the full task force that we find a violation and see what the full task force does. I think we should just leave maybe the 34 question for consideration.
That all sounds appropriate.
Is that
there should be a recommendation for violation, and that the task force will want to consider the willful element. Even though I agree that there have been very obvious cases, more obvious cases in other instances, that the task force will still want to discuss it.
Yeah, and
especially given that we've been discussing willful violation recently in other instances.
And sorry, this is what makes me not a politician. I'll just say it. I don't know what it takes for the Ethics Commission to actually think about willful violations with the few cases we've sent over, and the way they treat those cases. I don't know what they're doing over there.
They've pretty much rejected all of the cases that we've sent as willful violations. And we haven't sent very many. We've been very conservative, and they've not investigated them. So it's just something for you to know. It doesn't mean that we won't send it again, but.
Good luck to you.
For our part, we will continue then to do the work to encourage these witnesses to come forward and, maybe elucidate what actually happened here. It's an open question at this point, but a question.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. So, members, anyone want to make? Yes.
Can I get clarification? That's a recommendation of a violation of 6729-5 and 67.27 and consideration of 67.34?
Yeah, I didn't officially make that motion, but I can.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to line it up with that.
Should I do it? Okay, so I move that these are public records under our jurisdiction, and that we forward this case to the full task force with the recommendation to find a violation of 67.295 for not responding to a Prop G calendar request on time, and 67.27 for withholding a meeting from a document release without written justification. And we ask the task force to consider whether there is a 67.34 willful violation of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Thank you.
Second.
Could I just ask a point of clarification?
Yes.
Where in the complaint is there the charge that there was the failure to respond within 3 days? We did provide that screenshot to the complainant that it was not in our main inbox, and I was not privy to, or I didn't see this particular complaint.
The timing.
Yeah.
Maybe are we finding that the whole production was not timely, or just the fact that the specific item within it was not produced timely?
I thought the whole production was not timely. Like I thought in the past, when people say, oh, it went into our junk file, we haven't really,
Okay.
that's not relevant to us. because
Okay.
It went into your junk
Yeah, junk file. Yeah. Yeah.
Someone needs to make sure those requests don't go into the junk file, you know?
But it's an understandable, it's,
Yeah.
it's just the way it's, the way the code works, but it's understandable.
Public comment?
Public comment. Yeah.
Anyone in the room wishing to make public comment, please approach the podium, and individuals in the online community, as some of you have done, raise your hand in the app by pressing *3 or use the app. Podium?
Let's go with podium first.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Argis.
Can you wait for me, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait for our timer for the
thank
3
you.
minutes each.
Are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lisa Argis. I'm a resident of District 4. I'm also a scientist, so I'm a pretty rational person, and I go by data. And one of the things that I do in my day-to-day job is I work with regulators all the time. So I understand government regulations and record keeping. And this is a record. And you know, I'm hearing a lot of talk about versions, and there just aren't versions. It's a record. It's a document of what happened. So that's, you know, a pretty flawed system here. And I think the fact that there's a question about who did it and when it happened. I mean, there's metadata and fingerprints all over anything that you do digitally. So that seems to be a little bit spurious in terms of things that happened. I think Richard mentioned there were 344 events on the previous calendar, 343 now. That's pretty strange odds to have this meeting that at the time in September maybe wasn't politically sensitive, but definitely when it was requested in March was very politically sensitive. District 4 residents were out gathering signatures at that time to recall to get a special election on the ballot, specifically for behavior of Supervisor Engardio for being non-transparent. And this disclosure arguably confirms the public's belief that Supervisor Engardio had been duplicitous and excluded his constituents from the pre-Prop K conversation. In fact, I think the post, complaint had that impact. I think people are pretty, they feel betrayed by this type of behavior and pretty disgusted. I think it's important to note that the subject was Great Highway Park. Todd David, in fact, was the principal officer treasurer of what became the Yes on K committee. Lucas Lux was also president of Great Highway Park and also was for a period of time principal officer on the Yes on K committee as well. So the fact that this was removed, if I had odds like this, I'd go to the racetrack. I think it begs the question of reasonableness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening again. I'm Heather Davies, and thank you for your time listening to this presentation and complaint. I'm particularly concerned about some of the issues that Ms. Arles just mentioned about the data integrity, because I've worked in group Word files where we all share it, and there's definitely version control. There's version history. And if somebody deleted something that, group project, I went back to grad school, we can go back and reclaim the earlier version, even on a shared personal laptop, from our laptop to their laptop, a shared. So I don't see how you couldn't discover that. It also says who made the change. And I also find it concerning that it's handled by an aide. And I was just texting some people I know in this, that I said, do interns handle the supervisor's calendar? That seems very strange. And that he can't remember their names. Well, maybe he can find their names and help us with this. But the other thing is, Mr. Goldberg, thank you, says that he can't recall if he was at the meeting. And so I'm wondering if he could produce his calendar to see if that meeting was on his calendar. This is an issue of the recall campaign is about integrity. And there are many issues where the Sunset residents have come to believe that Joel says one thing and does another. He has called the people who've brought forward this complaint tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists, which is fairly insulting for a serious complaint of due process and ethics. So I think the fact that he's upped the ante to discredit the people that are concerned with his leadership makes it particularly important that this be investigated thoroughly, even if the ethics committee doesn't take it to a final conclusion later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Mark Brandt. Gosh, it's getting late, right? For 16 years, I was on the Bicycle Advisory Committee in this room. I see my old chair there. I'm a Bay Area native, lived in San Francisco for a long time. In 1999, I campaigned for Tom Amiano. He spoke truth to power. And on the Bicycle Advisory Committee, we were trained in respecting the Brown Act, sunshine, all these kinds of things. And I grew as a person, I think, doing this, a volunteer. I found a lot of meaning in that. And so I had a lot of emotion here. I bought a house in Sunset about a year ago, and I voted for Prop K. You know, I understand that Mother Nature is coming. You know, I understand these things. So why am I here? I think this is an important matter, and I think the guardrails of the ethics of the sunshine and these kinds of things, these guardrails are in place for a reason. And so I appreciate this group to move this matter to get more transparency. And so thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Sean Killian. I'm a resident of D4. I have had the pleasure of living on Lower Great Highway since the closure, so it's had my undivided attention this entire time. Effective government requires trust. It's an integral part of us all working together and living together. What we're being asked to do is to suspend our disbelief. You know, meetings being deleted, chief of staff not knowing whether they were at a meeting or not. You know, version control is very easy to get. There's plenty of ways to go see who did what. The lack of interest in doing so is what bothers me the most. I can't stand politics. This is the first time I've ever been to one of these things. But the fact of the matter is, this group has a responsibility to us. Okay? And hopefully we can remedy this in an effective way. If we cannot, we will seek other ways to do that. So thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. Would you like to take the caller who's also online before going forward? Would you like to alternate with the caller who's online?
Let's do a couple of, alternates fine. Yeah.
Okay. One moment, please. Hello, caller. Do you wish to make public comment on item 9, file 25065?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for listening to all of this. Shall I go and make my comment?
Just a moment. Let me reset your time. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you. Supervisor Joel Engardio has been meeting and legislating out of the public view to push policies to which the majority of his District 4 constituents object because the policies are dangerous to our safety and way of life. By making sure we are not a part of the conversation, he was able to file Prop K on the last possible day so that no opposing proposition would be able to be written and timely filed. It seems apparent to those of us suffering the consequences of his actions that this meeting on May 28, 2024 was purposely deleted from his calendar long after it took place, and it was no innocent accident. His meeting with Lucas Lux and Todd David at that time was just prior to placing Prop K on the ballot. It is something he wanted to remain a secret, in my opinion. It is his pattern of governing to push the agenda of his wealthy financial backers and ignore the needs of his own working class constituents, the people he is failing to represent. He admits the meeting was listed. He admits the meeting took place. He admits it was on one version of his calendar, but not on the second one that he produced to answer an updated records request. It was the only item missing. Common sense would conclude he didn't expect a previous records request would show the omission, so he purposely removed it to keep anyone not in his private political circle from knowing about the meeting. Evidence points to him willfully doing this, in my opinion, and I hope that when it's sent to the full task force, that they also come to that conclusion. And I thank you very much for listening to these kinds of things and for doing the very important work that you do. We are really grateful to have a Sunshine Task Force. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to remind the members of the online community that we are not monitoring the chat in the WebEx application. If you'd like to speak or comment, please raise your hand in the app so that we can recognize you. Again, we are not checking the chat. Thank you so much.
I'd also like to note that if you are on the telephone, you can press *3 to raise your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Please approach the podium. Are you ready for your 3 minutes?
My name is David Davies. I'm a resident of District 4, and I voted for Supervisor Engardio in 2022. I grew up in the Nixon era, and I look back on why we have the laws that we do, and it was to bring an era of transparency to government, which in this case seems to be lacking. I didn't grow up in the Harry Truman era, but I recall what he had on his desk. It didn't say the buck stops with the intern. It didn't say the buck stops with my staff. It said the buck stops here. Supervisor Engardio could be here and explain an awful lot, but he's not. He could explain what was willful and what was not on his part. He's not here. I appreciate that you're giving this issue a lot of consideration, and I would suggest that in some ways it seems to be a complicated issue, but I think it's really a simple issue. It's a lack of transparency. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Hello, caller, you've been unmuted. Do you wish to make public comment on item 9? File 25065. Hello, caller. You've been unmuted. Could you speak into the speaker or your telephone, please? Your telephone.
Is it me or no?
That's better. Could you speak again so that we can verify?
Okay. Sorry, did you call me? This is Selena.
Yes, we can
Oh.
hear you. Would you like to speak for
Okay.
3 minutes on this item?
Yes, probably won't take 3 minutes, but I would like to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time starts now.
Great. My name is Selena Chu. I'm a District 4 resident, and I was a volunteer with Supervisor Engardio when he was running back in 2022. I was in the, I was a core part of his volunteer groups. And this is truly upsetting to actually hear what's happening today. And I wish I can be in that meeting and seeing the people eye to eye, maybe with Jonathan, that I just cannot believe that you said you don't remember if you were part of that meeting. You know, all these talks about I don't remember, I don't know, it's just avoiding accountability. So I wish you can be truthful, because how many interns were in that office? It can be 100 people at that time, right? It was May of last year. It was very specific. So if you can, please help us with identifying the interns, and they need to go through investigations and testify, because we are not living in a stone age. There's digital forensic, and that can actually go back and see who touched what. I just wish we can be more honest. Someone has to take the accountability and admit that it was intentionally deleted. It was an important meeting. There was meeting before and after. Somehow this meeting in between was actually deleted. I think initially when it was Sunshine, you did not know the recall was going to happen. The people are going to hold you accountable. So that was released. And saying that people saw it and we didn't lie about it, it's not enough. Okay, different person actually Sunshine, and then that meeting was missing. So something happened in between those months. And I think truly from hearing your answer, we can tell it's obviously you're trying to hide something. And unfortunately, I think let's try to regain this trust, because what you're doing is actually, it's very disappointing, even more. And I hope, I truly hope, just respect the Sunset District and gave us some truth. Stop lying. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Eric. You've been unmuted. Would you like to make public comment?
Yes.
All right. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you. My name's Patricia Eric. I live in D4 on the Lower Grade Highway. And there is absolutely no question in my mind that that meeting was deliberately removed so Joel could cover his tracks. He was taking the time just shortly before he put this Prop K onto the ballot on the very last day, so nobody else could file a competing measure. But he was taking the time to meet with Todd David, who is a champion of real estate developers and increasing height limits and growth in the Sunset District. No question in my mind, it was deliberately done. Meanwhile, Joel had created this Prop K measure without saying one word to his constituents and to the people who voted for him, and I voted for him. I think there's just absolutely no question, and he should be found liable for illegally tampering with his own calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no one approaching the podium, no other hands raised. Yeah, let me check one more time, please. Sorry about that. We have one hand raised. Let me check. Hello, caller. Do you wish to make public comment on item 9?
Yes, I do.
All right. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Hi, everybody. My name is Angela. I am a lifelong District 4 resident, and I would be there in person, except that I am a nurse and I'm taking care of my mom, as we love family here in the Sunset, and we're very family oriented. We have a great culture. And I really want to thank Richard for coming here and standing up for us. Unlike, and it doesn't surprise me at all that Joel is not here tonight, as he is completely not here for us in the Sunset at all. I didn't vote for him, but I actually was not in the Sunset during the time he was elected or running for office. And I actually went and I listened to the debate that he had with Gordon Marr recently because I couldn't figure out how he got in. And the weird thing is, the moderator had asked him a question about Prop K, and it was really suspicious. And there's just a pattern of complete corruption. To call us tinfoil conspiracy theorists, and then he has a minor doing a commercial for him. Like, who would have a 12 or 13-year-old kid doing commercials? Like, he uses children, and then, like, really, he knows that there's a lot of seniors in the Sunset, and it's like he preys on them and manipulates them and uses all this propaganda, but we see right through him. Right through him, and this is completely unacceptable. They obviously deleted this meeting, and nobody would forget Lucas Lux because he has a really distinct look. There's nobody else that looks like him. If you see him, you would remember seeing him. So I just, please do a thorough investigation, because there's a lot of backers on this, and this is going to really set an example for everyone. So anyone that's involved in this needs to come clean while they can. And if Joel has any kind of backbone, he would resign and save us a lot of money, because that's the real waste of money and time.
20 seconds.
Thank you. And sunshine is the best disinfectant. All the cockroaches run away when the lights turn on, and that's why Joel's not here. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. One last call. Anyone in the online community wishing to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time or press *3 on your telephone. No one approaching the podium, no hands raised.
Okay, so we can have our vote on this.
One moment. We just had a last-minute hand raise. This
I
is
just
the
saw.
last call for public comment. We're only going to take the hands that are raised at this time. So last call for public comment. If you would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Young. I see one more hand. Oop. Still see one hand raised. One moment, please. Hello, Mr. Crabtree. Do you wish to make public comment?
Yes, I do. My name is John Crabtree. I'm a resident of District 4. Do you want me to go ahead and begin?
Let me reset the clock.
Okay.
Yes, your 3 minutes starts now.
John Crabtree, resident of District 4. Just a couple of comments. A calendar is a public document. There can be no reasonable explanation for why anyone, an intern, office staff, the chief of staff, or the supervisor himself would alter a calendar post hoc and in particular, a calendar that is altered 5 months or 8 months or 10 months after a meeting occurred, by definition, that behavior, that change in a calendar, which is not a dynamic document, but is rather a static document, a record of an occurrence on a day, by definition makes that document specious, and it compels you to move for violation. There's also no sufficient reason for the delay in honoring Commander Korea's original request. Spam filters as an issue is laughable and should be dismissed, as I think the committee was doing. Statistically speaking, one meeting out of 344, a record of 344 meetings turning into a record of 343 meetings, with just one meeting disappearing. Statistically speaking, that's not a likely event, particularly when it's combined with that meeting being of significant interest to the public and to the requester of the document, and also today's petitioner, Commander Korea. All of these things say precisely the same thing. This was not accidental. And if it was not accidental, if it was not technological or accidental in nature, then it was willful. There are no other alternative explanations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have no one at the podium, no hands raised. Taking the vote.
Yeah, let's vote.
Taking the vote on item 9, file 25065. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. 3 ayes, motion passes.
Okay. Pardon.
Oh, we don't really.
5-minute break?
There's a quorum, so we can just.
Oh, yeah, we'll go ahead. Yeah, no break, no break.
No break?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have one matter. Thank you all.
Got a clerk here, the city for 35 years, and getting a phone tree or no response is often the experience of the call city office. It was robust, the responses, my little questions, and I just have to say how much I appreciate that. Really blessed to have someone who's at the front door of this operation.
Thank you, and thank you for your graciousness with my communication to you about the timing and what to expect with presentation and rebuttal. I appreciate your graciousness. Item 10. File number 25060. Complaint filed by Ben Lynch against the City Attorney's Office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, for failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. We have respondent present. One moment, checking for Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch, are you in the room? Checking online. Mr. Lynch, if you are in the online community, would you please raise your hand in the app or press *3? I think I see a hand. Mr. Lynch, is this you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. One moment, promoting you to panelist. You'll be able to raise and lower your hand once I do. One moment. Chair Schmidt, the parties are present.
Okay, we'll hear from the petitioner first, Mr. Lynch.
Sure. Chair and members of the complaint committee, thank you for hearing me. I submitted a records request to the city attorney's office. After 10 days, there was no response or extension, so I filed the sunshine ordinance complaint. The city attorney did eventually produce judgment checks in response to my request. What I then found is a pattern that doesn't square with the city's response to my request for any written directives regarding the language, quote, full settlement of claim for damages, end quote, that appears on the checks that were produced. I believe the instructions to include this repeated standardized language on judgment checks comes from the city attorney's office. On a phone call, a city attorney employee told me she was specifically instructed to include this settlement language on my check. Yet the city attorney has never produced records related to written directives to include this language on judgment checks. I sent a follow-up email and asked for information from the city attorney's public records coordinator that would have allowed me to focus my request. In response, Rick Scheinfield of the city attorney's office wrote to the city attorney's public records coordinator while CCing me, quote, by the way, under the PRA, we don't need to provide him with any of the assurances or explanations he has asked for, just documents, end quote. The Sunshine Ordinance says the opposite. The city attorney needs to assist me in my search and provide written justifications for any withholding. And the Sunshine Ordinance is explicit. The city attorney has a special duty under the ordinance and shall act to protect and secure the public's access rights, not act in a way that helps deny them. On July 28th, I made a broader records request that I hoped would require the production of additional responsive records. In response, I was asked to narrow the scope of my request, which I did. When I narrowed my request, I was told the city attorney has no way to search for documents by text and would need to, quote, hand sort through paper files, end quote. This hand sorting statement doesn't make any sense to me. The Sunshine Ordinance sets a policy that the city's computer system should be designed and used to ensure convenient, efficient public access. The city attorney has seemingly refused to proceed with my records request unless I narrow my request to the city attorney's liking. Suggesting narrowing is fine. Conditioning assistance on narrowing is not. The duty to assist or search for records does not depend on the requester narrowing first. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, we can hear from the respondent now when the timer's ready.
Ms. Carter, you're ready for your 3 minutes.
Yes, go ahead.
Your time begins now.
Hi, good evening, Chair and members. As the requester noted, they originally sent us a public records request on June 24th. Unfortunately, we inadvertently missed that email and it was not processed at that time. When we received the task force's, the complaint from the task force on July 8th, we realized we had missed the requester's email, and then we immediately began a search for records. On July 15th, we provided the requester with responsive records. Those are included in your packet, but we were unfortunately late in responding and do apologize to the requester for that. And we do not dispute that the task force has jurisdiction over this matter. A couple of things. So this was about Mr. Lynch's first request to our office. Since then, there have been subsequent requests. So I'm not super prepared to talk about all of the requests, but I can go over that a little bit. My understanding is that there was confusion when Mr. Lynch received a check after he had gotten a judgment against the city in small claims court. And there was an internal message on the stub of the check that said, this is for a settlement for a claim of damages. And I think he was confused potentially why it would say settlement if he had gotten a judgment against the city. For our purposes and our own accounting, that internal note, it's not even on the check itself, it's on the stub of the check. And for our internal purposes, that means nothing to us. And also, just to be clear, the people who write and prepare the checks are different than the people who actually work on the substantive matters that are at issue. So, a accounting clerk might not necessarily know or might not necessarily be careful enough to write down this is a judgment instead of a settlement. So I think that's kind of where the confusion lies. But for our purposes, when we're issuing these checks, that internal message doesn't mean anything. And happy to take questions.
Thank you.
All right. Members, any questions? Question for Mr. Lynch. It sounds like you did send another request maybe late July. Is that on the same subject matter?
Yes, and if I could add a little bit, if you want to have some information that may be helpful.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure I answer your question.
Sure. Go ahead.
So, yeah, Ms. Quart just said that information, that internal information means nothing. And so I wrote directly to Rick Scheinfield, who runs the claims department, and Christina Chavia, who is the claims investigator. And I said, hey, this looks like settlement language to me, and this was a judgment. I'm concerned because under California Commercial Code 3311, Section 3311, it says conspicuous full satisfaction wording on an instrument can affect a person's future claims simply by depositing their judgment check. So this wasn't a settlement that I negotiated, this was a judgment. And so by depositing the check, and this language appears on all the checks that they produced, as you guys can see. So I don't understand why an internal accounting code would appear on all of these checks, particularly when under California Commercial Code Section 3311 says that this full satisfaction language, if somebody deposits this check, they could be unknowingly waiving their rights to future claims. And so I wrote to the city attorney and I said, hey, can you either issue me a replacement check or give written confirmation that by depositing this check, it will not be a waiver of any future claims. And they wrote back and they said, we won't issue a replacement check and we won't give you written confirmation regarding the cashing of your check. And also I went back to court and the judge said that including this language on the check was inappropriate.
Okay, so I just getting back to the sequence, thank you for that. You have given them, I guess, sort of a subsequent request later in late July is it on the same subject matter? It must be. It seems like you're trying to get to the core of what they have to produce to you on the subject, right?
Sure. Yeah. So I brought, instead of asking for written directives, I just asked for, any records that have this exact language, the full settlement of claim for damages.
Okay.
Because this language this language doesn't appear magically on a check. This language originated somewhere.
Now, the documents you requested in late June, they did a production, and it's not clear to me. Do you think they withheld something?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that? If you have a sense of what you think they withheld, what is it that you think they withheld?
So they did produce the checks, and all of the checks, including additional letters, had that full settlement language on the checks. So I also asked for any written policies, procedures, guidance documents, internal memos, or staff instructions, whether issued by the city attorney's office, risk management, or controller's office, or any related department regarding the inclusion of settlement or waiver language on checks issued to satisfy court judgments. And so I would think that since this language appears through a wide array of checks, that there would be some record of why this language appears on checks.
Okay. And it sounds to me like none of that has been produced to date right now, as of this date, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask Ms. Ford, that last set of possible documents, is there anything that would qualify as being responsive to that has been withheld, identified but withheld?
So the answer to that is no. The second category of records that he is seeking, basically policies, internal procedures, memos that instruct or would tell someone why to write this thing on the stub of a check, those do not exist. That record does not exist. There are no policies within our office to that effect. I'd also just, if I could, like to point out that on page, it's not true to say that all of the checks that we issue, or even all of the checks that we issued to Mr. Lynch, have the full settlement language. You'll see page 36 of your packet, there's a check to someone named Kevin Gee, and that one says the judgment language. So it's not that this is a, this is just, and also I would say, our CFO thought this was important for me to mention. These things these checks are filled out manually in a system. So it's not like there's a code or a drop-down menu that they can just check for like settlement or judgment. These are all just written out by an accounting clerk. So, but to get back to your question, the second category of records, we do not have anything, so we aren't withholding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes, Member Starr.
Sorry, can you just describe in more detail what was the search process for that second category of records?
For the second category, the people that would have those items or be most familiar with an internal policy on our accounting procedures are our managing attorney and our CFO. And both of those people were asked to search any of their internal kind of shared files and just were asked if they knew of anything. And both of them confirmed that we don't have any sort of internal policy related to the memo session or the message section of the check stub.
If they're filled out manually, then how does that language, I don't understand how that language could appear if it's done manually, as Ms. Clark says. How would they know what to put in there if they don't know about what to put there? How do they know to put that on all of these checks? And the one check you did mention that doesn't include that language was a case involving comparative negligence. And so that's why the language wasn't.
We've got another question from Member Stein. Member Stein.
I think I forgot it. I guess I have a kind of similar question about why is there any language on there then?
Well, you could imagine for when we issue a check or say to outside counsel or say we paid a vendor to print a bunch of items for court, you would want to put in the memo something like this is for outside counsel on this case, or just how you would like a normal, what you would write like if if you were balancing a checkbook, what you would write there. So, you'd want to write, this is for supplies, printing, you'd want to like have a note there of what it was for. But to us, the distinction of money going out for a settlement versus a judgment is just not a distinction that we really care about, to be honest.
Well, then how do you have at least one check that only talks about judgment and other checks that talk about settlement? If you don't,
That's because multiple accounting clerks are entering these things manually when they get them in the mail.
But there's no directive to them about what they should be entering.
No, they use their best judgment. No, there is no written policy, and that is also, I think, partially why there's a it varies with what they write in there. And this is something that, in light of this complaint, our CFO has tried to, talk to the clerks that work under her to see if there could be some sort of uniformity, but yeah.
May I say something?
I think we're not really in a debate kind of scenario here.
I
So
understand, but it's about misinformation that's being given.
Well, I know that, but I need to, we're basically just looking at what we want to do with this case, and we
I have
can't
an
make
easy
any
solution
final
that will take care of this
decisions
for
here.
everybody. I'd like to propose a solution that will get this off of your plate and fix this for everybody. If the city attorney's office is willing to say that language is meaningless and it means nothing, it doesn't apply to California Commercial Code section.
I'm sorry, I
3311.
gotta cut you off because we can't go there. They're not gonna make a deal with you on this. We're just trying to find out if they basically gave you the documents that they have that are described in your request. And it's the June request that you made. And so I don't have any further questions for the witnesses. So I think we're going to determine how we're going to move this forward, if we're going to move it forward to the task force, which we probably will. And I do note it looks like they misplaced the initial request. So there's probably at least a violation for the period of time that they exceeded. Any other aspects, members, that you think we should be sending to the full task force? I'm a little hesitant because I confirmed that they just don't have those other documents, and it seems credible to me. I don't, not, especially in an attorney's office, you don't always have policies and procedures. Sometimes you do, but often if you're categorizing things, it's just about making a judgment call. And so it seems like they went to find the documents to see what might qualify, and they determined that they just don't exist. And they've told us that here today. So I don't know if there's anything that we would order produced, but that's just sort of my impression here. In terms of, I mean, it does seem like they produced some documents, and I have to assume that those are the only ones that they have that qualify. Although there were only 4 or 5, I would have thought the city attorney's office would have hundreds of settlement checks and judgment checks that might, have the language. There was only like 5 of them, so I'm not quite sure why there were so few. Oh, I actually, I'm going to turn that into a question.
So the request was for checks issued after a judgment. And so the people who work on these matters substantively, they know which judgments that they've gotten against the city in their work. And we deal with tons, hundreds, potentially thousands of settlements every year, but very few judgments. So we issued the checks based on judgments.
Okay. So you get, which, yeah, I see that. There's very rarely, and I could just, to the members, I'm saying this, that seems like it makes a lot of sense to me, is very few people actually take a case against the city all the way to judgment. Most people who have a claim against the city, they will settle, before going through a full, I'm not sure what Mr. Lynch did to get to judgment, but, there are times when you want to go to judgment. But most cases, they will be settled cases. And so I get it that there just wouldn't be that many judgments. That makes sense to me. So it looks like they found the ones that were.
There were missing documents as well that I had to ask for because I did my own record search, which was in my request, but it seems like that you guys didn't read the exhibits that I presented. So I had to go on the court website. I found documents they didn't produce. And it seems like you guys didn't go through my exhibits to see that they didn't produce the documents. And I had to follow up because I did my own record search. And these documents actually had signatures right underneath the settlement language that they did not produce. And I said, hey, I found these other ones. Can you send them? Oh yeah, we forgot those. And that's in my complaint, but it seems like you guys didn't read that.
Members, how should we, I think we have, we have the two we have jurisdiction. These are public documents. We could either make put it on a consent calendar with the recommendation of a timing violation. Do you think that there are further documents that we should order produced based on what we've seen? Or should we just send it as to be considered by the task force, which I'm fine with either.
It feels like a consent issue.
Okay.
But I'm waiting to hear what Member Stein has to say about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just want to say I read every page of this file and I didn't see any claim that things weren't provided other than I didn't see anything about missing check things in this document, but
He also said they were later produced.
Yeah, I mean, I did.
When I called out,
I understood the obvious
they
request,
produced
what the request was, and I understood that like no policy and things were produced for sure. But I also can believe that maybe there is nothing written down. This is maybe typical legal language that gets used on these checks. I don't really know. So I do definitely see a 6721 violation, and of course, the city attorney's office has acknowledged that. So that could be a matter for a consent calendar. I guess the question is, if there's a dispute about whether all documents have been provided, that would be impetus to send it to the task force.
Yes, and I agree. That's the question, and I also agree with just a read from what I've heard. I agree with Chair Smith that he thinks that the documents have been produced, and I would second that. That's what I'm saying. Well,
repeat that, please.
Well, Chair Smith had said that he thinks that this is how the documents are prepared, and that there are no further ones necessarily to be produced. And correct me if I'm wrong, that's how I heard it. But I can see that is what I'm saying.
It seems to me that, I mean, maybe there's, some documents that maybe in a perfect world, they would exist, backing up the file, et cetera, but that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at, did you searched for documents and you used the categories that were given to you. You went to various people and you got everything that was actually in existence in the files. And I think that, to me, like, if we determine that that's occurred, then I think we don't really have necessarily a case where we then order further production, because it seems to me that they've done what they're supposed to do in searching. Maybe there should be other documents in the file, but that doesn't mean that they do exist. So, I would be okay with, like if we wanted to, order production of anything that's not been produced. I know he's got another request out there, and maybe that covers the same subject matter. I don't know. I think we agree on the timing violation.
Yes.
And that's because they, went into the wrong file, kind of thing.
Would it be helpful if I dropped this request or dropped this complaint and filed a new complaint based upon my later request, so all the information was considered? Because they've told me they won't search, they can't text search, they have to hand search, and they won't do it.
Well, I don't know if it would be helpful, but I don't want to discourage you from doing it. You could, you could see what comes of, find out what the result is when you are done with the process with the later request. And
It's done. They said they won't search. They said they refuse to search.
And if it's, if it is on the same subject matter, then, maybe.
It's not, sir.
Okay.
It's all in my complaint.
But we're only able to consider the earlier one, because that's the sort of the sequence of events here. And so
I'm fine doing this. I'm fine letting you go. I'm fine letting you go if I made focused requests and additional requests based on the fact that other records weren't produced. If you're saying that my future requests and the responses I got to those requests aren't being considered in this hearing, then it'd probably be better just for me to not pursue this one and to file everything else, since you guys aren't, it sounds like you aren't considering anything other than the June 24th request and complaint.
I don't want to speak for everyone, but I believe we're only considering
That is the only one I have seen. That's the only one that's mentioned in this.
Yeah, you made a request, and then when the response to your request, when it took too long, you came to the task force, and then our process started. And so it's that, your complaint to the task force based on the non-response to your initial request. That's really what we're dealing with here today. So if you have a subsequent request, I don't want to tell you what to do, but, you can always come to the task force and say, look, I got another document request out there, and I'm not satisfied with the response, and so I want to file a complaint with the task force. That's not before us today. you'd have to kind of come to us again about that. So
that's fine. I'm willing to do that. If that, I don't understand the purpose of a supplemental response if that's the case, but I'm willing to do that.
Okay.
So you're saying that you continued a discussion, a back and forth with them over this public records request that was submitted on June 24, 2025, that like you want to bring
Correct.
back, you want to bring back sort of what happened after as you continued to ask them for things? Were any of those things
That's what I was told.
raised as a
Yes.
completely separate request? I mean, I guess that's the question, right? Like if we decide on this, then we're kind of hearing same one again, but now with like all the follow-up that's not included in this packet.
Well, I think if you make the request and then at some point you come to the task force and say, I made a request and I am not satisfied with what happened. Then, if there's follow-up, if there's subsequent production on that request, those all go within that proceeding before us. But if you come back in a month later and you make a different request, that you have to give the city attorney's office the chance of responding to that later request before you wrap that into a complaint, because they may actually give you everything that you think you're entitled to. And but you got to give them a shot.
All the deadlines have expired for this. Every deadline has expired, which is why I included it in my supplemental filing, including the latest one that I made on the 28th of July.
You can make another complaint about a discrete request. I'm just thinking if it's just discussion that went on after this request about this request and you're not happy with the discussion, but it wasn't framed as a specific request, then it's harder to.
So they told me to focus my request. Yeah.
Well,
I'm not understanding the process.
You could come back and say, what's it called? Request for reconsideration. Like if we just find, for example, that there's a 6721 violation, but you believe there are other violations, you could come back with what's called a request for reconsideration of this case, in which you introduce all this new material that we haven't seen because it is not included in this packet, and say, here's all the new information that I have, and I would like you to consider these additional violations. That's one option.
But I have another suggestion too. I mean, like if what we're discussing is information that it's supposed to be part of this request, but we haven't seen. I'm sorry, I know that it's 10 p.m. and that we've heard this case and everyone's here. We can push this case until the packet is complete, right? I mean, I'm not saying that's ideal. I'm just saying that's something that we can do, right?
We could continue it until this additional information, because it's not enough just to tell us.
Right.
If they've told you that they only take it in writing, we would like to see that, preferably in writing, that you got a note from them.
It's in
saying,
writing.
Okay, well,
Everything's
yeah,
here.
so that would be additional information to potentially submit, and we could continue it, just continue this case.
But,
You add
ma'am,
all
so
the new information.
Right. I don't want to waste your time because I know we've all had a long night, but everything is right here. The fact that they said, hey, we're not going to process your latest request. They instructed me how to make the request, and I made the request. Then they say, no, that's not good enough. Narrow the request. So I narrowed the request.
But is that
and
a
then once
different
I narrowed-
request than the one we're seeing right here in front of us?
No.
It's the same
No.
one.
It's similar to that based upon their guidance.
Okay, that sounds like the same request. And we've seen a lot of these cases, and we do see entire packets that have the parts that say that the back and forth that talks about narrowing the scope of the search. It's quite a common thing, and I still think that like I'm posing this to the other members. I think that either option is viable for either continuing or just to file for reconsideration. I just wanted to put that out there for continuing.
How about if members, maybe if we were to continue it, I would want to make sure that it becomes the first item on the calendar that we continue it to, because everyone here has had to wait a long time tonight. And oh, yes. Ms. Court.
So I don't have all of the documents from the follow-up requests, but my understanding is there's basically three at this point. So there's the first one that we're discussing tonight, June
24th.
Yes, June 24th. And then there was an additional second one that basically asks for the same type of records, but just for an expanded time period. We produced that. The third one, to me, it actually, to all of us, is much, much broader. It is a very different request. So that is, from our perspective, what's out there.
Thank you.
It's Exhibit I if you'd like to see the request. It's Exhibit I in your packet if you'd like to see the request.
And you fulfilled from what the petitioner says, you fulfilled the first two requests, right? Like you came back with the second one. And I don't have all the details on the second and third, but we've fulfilled for sure the first, for sure the second. And then the third one, it is very, very broad, very voluminous. So we tried to get the requester to narrow a bit, and we provided them, but the requester was not inclined to narrow. And so we provided them basically
I did narrow.
for the expanded, for another time period, we gave them another set of documents that we thought they might be interested in.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
I'm going to ask Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch, we definitely, with regards to the third of those described requests, we're definitely not making any decisions about tonight about that. That's not within what we're doing tonight. So if you wanted to if you want that to be considered, you could call it a supplemental complaint or whatever, but I would say you just file another complaint with the task force.
We all agree that.
But we're only dealing with the subject matter of what you initially complained about. That would be a separate case. If you know that you're going to do that, we could continue all of this and wrap everything we did tonight into the second item or the third item and just handle them all together later. And then we just continue this down the road. What's that? You're fine?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Members?
After hearing that it's sort of that the city attorney's office felt it was a very different complaint that they got, or a very different request that they got, a broader request that they got for the third thing. I'm actually leaning more towards taking action on this.
Okay.
And letting the petitioner submit another complaint with that third request that was made on whatever date that was made, and all of the documentation to back up what the back and forth was between the petitioner and the respondent.
I would second that.
Okay. And
so we find a timeliness violation for this one.
Yeah.
And then
and put it on consent?
Yeah.
Okay. Motion.
Seconded by Member Sugarman.
Yeah, that's fine. Are you the same?
No, but the motion hasn't been made yet, really.
Yeah.
Okay, motion that we find, that we recommend the finding of a violation of 67.21 for delay in response to document request.
Just a moment, please.
and have that placed on the consent calendar.
But noting that the respondent acknowledged that they did not respond in a timely manner
Oh, yeah.
and has, yeah,
Just
and has
a
provided
moment.
the documents, well,
a moment,
has
please.
provided all documents they've
Just
had.
a moment, please. Sorry. Okay, with the recommendation of a finding of a violation of 6721 for not failing to respond, but
Delay in the response.
public records request.
Yeah, to public records request and place the matter on the consent calendar. Okay, and note, we are not considering petitioners later request for unrelated documents at this time.
Could we put a date to that, please?
No, you don't want to do that? Okay.
But I do think we should say that the respondent acknowledges that they did not respond.
Could I hear that in the microphone?
Okay. Motion to find a violation for under 67, to recommend a finding of violation of 67.21 for delay in production as acknowledged by respondent.
Okay.
Now I'm going to leave it at that, and maybe that's the motion. And I'll just say, it's not part of the motion, but I'll just say that to Mr. Lynch, we're not dealing with the later request because we're considering that unrelated. But we are, I believe, within the scope of this is our findings on the initial request. Now, you can bring the other to us, but because we couldn't really deal with the later one tonight, you'd have to turn that into a subsequent complaint, which it sounds like you may be doing.
Understood. And then just a quick question as well, if you don't mind. If the city attorney just kicks the can on responses to public records requests until just before a meeting like this one, how are we ever going to get stuff done? Because that's what they've done. So I didn't have time to file additional requests to include in this hearing, and it seems strategic on their part.
Okay, I don't have the answer to that.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Moved by Chair Schmidt. One moment, please. Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Sugarman. That the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, and to refer the matter to the consent agenda with a recommendation of a finding of a violation of Administrative Code, Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, for delay in the production of a response to a public records request as acknowledged by respondent.
Okay, public comment. Sounds good.
Anyone wishing to make public comment? Please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We'll give you a moment. We have no one in the room and we have no hands raised.
All right, let's vote.
Taking the vote on item 10, file number 25060. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 3 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you to the parties. Thanks, Ms. Court. Okay, and the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Item 11, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Complaint Committee.
Okay, I have nothing. I will willingly delay consideration of my very detailed recommendations about imposing time limits before the task force. And I'm sure that everyone else would also like to delay those since we're at 10:20 tonight. And I'm just kidding that they're very detailed.
All right.
Public comment.
Anything from the other members?
Nope.
You don't want to add time?
No.
Time, but I am for imposing time limits, as we know. I'm for not requiring petitioners to be at hearings, as you know, and it failed in the past. I'm also for thinking about what to do about, too many cases being heard by too few people, or not heard by, but submitted by, and what to do if there's people who are submitting so many cases. It just that's an issue too. I just throw that out there, but I don't want to do it right now.
Okay.
Can I actually, I won't throw out too much, I promise, but can I add to that? There are a number of instances where it's you have a complaint and a respondent, and the respondent says, okay, well, we provide the documents and we admit we did it late. Shouldn't there be some sort of process where we could contact them and say, do you want to pursue this as a complaint before us, or would you like to resolve it with a violation?
Yeah, I think that you know how there's a process that we develop where they can check the box that says no, it's nolo contendere.
Yeah.
And it seems like something went wrong, because wasn't that supposed to on the flow chart send it so we don't have to really deal with it? If they admit, then we should just have it dealt with and not have to do it today.
I don't mind. I honestly, I was from start to finish, I've been happy to hear every case tonight for as long as they went on.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that sometimes I feel a little like these people come in to argue these entire, litigate them in front of us. And it's for them, I'm not really sure that it's completely apparent, the protocol, that they're going to have to do this multiple times. And it's there are instances where, in terms of making it more efficient, where you could tell them, in some of them, where it's well, we want to make sure that the office that we're talking about is held to account, even though they've admitted they're late. And maybe that's just for those instances where it's maybe there should be some sort of if both parties can agree, this is the appropriate violation, versus having to go through the process.
They would have to agree on the lateness, and they would have to both agree that all the records were provided.
But I think that's due. It may be a small amount of
Maybe
people.
those can just jump to make a finding.
Yeah.
Pro forma without it going in front of anyone.
Yeah, we could still make the finding officially here, but they wouldn't have to come before us and they all wrote in. We have the documents in front of us, and
That's a good idea.
Although we are I think tonight we did 4 out of 6 on consent.
I was wondering what the number was. Yeah.
And by putting them on consent, the ones that are acknowledged, we just did the job of turning an acknowledged into a consent matter, and a consent matter that takes 5 or 10 minutes at the full task force versus an hour and 15 minutes. So that's a big job. We just, with the consent matters, we just like eliminated hours and hours and hours of hearing. And it's just gonna go hopefully away on the consent calendar.
But,
You know.
but if they agreed that there's a violation and they agree all documents were provided, then we could even eliminate this
It's
section.
just a small measure for
Yeah.
further efficiency.
Yeah.
I don't think it would actually hit a large. I think a lot of people want to be heard, even if like everyone agrees.
Yeah.
But it could affect a small number of people where it's like, oh, well, we made a mistake, and the party's like, okay, well, I want you to be on the record for making a mistake, and that's all they wanted, you know. So I mean, I think that it might have a small impact on that. It's not, like I said, it's I do think that any efficiency at the full board meeting is great. This is more about, like, I'm not worried about efficiency at complaint. I'm worried about efficiency specifically for the petitioners and the respondents. Like it's
Like unnecessary.
yeah,
time spent.
for them, it's a long period for them, you know?
Yeah.
So it's just
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
And the city is paying overtime.
Yeah.
The city to be here.
yeah.
And I think it's true. Some petitioners, and maybe not a huge number, but some number just want it on record that this wasn't done how they, you know, in the right way.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's my small.
Member Stein, I completely completely agree. I continue to be opposed to requiring petitioners to even appear down here. I think that it goes against like the intent of the whole thing. It's like, no, they're filing something because they want to get something, not because they want to come in to be in 4-hour hearings. I'm on board with the 9 o'clock or 9:30 thing.
Yeah.
It that being like some kind of like thing that hangs over your head when you're in there. And I've been trying to like say, well, 9:30 dead end, like you stop at 9:30, but something happens like before that, but I don't know what it would be. I'd like to reduce the amount that the amount of time that the presentations are made before the full task force. We tried that before, but we couldn't get it voted on. We couldn't get approved. I may have been too ambitious. This is before you were around. I did this huge amount of things, and then I ended up with nothing back then. But the last time around, it's like, okay, I got half back, you know, kind of thing. But I should say Member Stein and we pretty much did it together.
Yeah.
I think we should tell the chair that the chair has a job, which is to keep people on point. And that if we're asking questions, we're asking questions. We're not making speeches, and we're not deliberating, and we're not making policy. When it's question time, the chair has to make sure that people are asking questions. And when we're trying to resolve a case, we don't talk about policy. We're trying to resolve that case. And if you want to talk about policy, it's got to be on an item that's about policy. Those are ideas that I've just came up with about like just having an ability to say, no, we can't, we're not talking about that right now. To cut the time on, you know, on our meetings. I'm just trying to like kind of brainstorm on ideas.
When I've been thinking about this also, just in terms of like how to approach it in a way that's successful.
Yeah.
I don't know that to me, it's not equitable to limit how, like, if you're presenting the case, if you're like summarizing the case, if you're describing the case from the agenda, if you're the petitioner or the respondent presenting your own facts, like all of those things to me do not seem like areas that are fair to tell them to stop doing as much as they're doing. And like if they want to, everyone wants to feel like they have a fair amount of time, the same way that public comment has to be a fair amount of time. However, and I really did, I brought this up before, I really wanted, when I brought the time issue up, to not make it punitive, but that's one of the only areas that you can actually point to and say, this is what's eating up more time that doesn't have to be. Like, you are not regulating, either the chair is not regulating it or you're not regulating yourself, you know, like whoever the person is. And so, you know, I think that like the two elements for me to make this successful, because from what I remember, we had a majority, but it wasn't enough to, it wasn't a large enough majority to actually swing the vote. So there were a couple people that were missing that would probably have voted in favor.
It was close, wasn't it?
And then the chair voted in favor of not passing it. And so for me, the bigger thing is, well, if that was the deciding vote, it was the swing. So like for me, it is not doing a call to the chair, because I said it then and I'll say it again for the public record. We've done a call to the chair. I don't think that's necessarily gonna like, and I will add that he's in a difficult position for that, you know, like it's hard to tell people to stop.
Yeah.
But it's not going to move the needle. I think it's probably better to go to him and say, this is why we feel passionately about it. Why did you vote against it? How can we how can we move that?
Yeah.
You know, because I think that his opinion, we could probably, you know,
yeah,
have an effect on it if we knew why, you know, because my suspicion is, other than a couple of people, my suspicion is anyone else who voted against it were because they didn't want to do a disservice to the parties that were appearing, and no one disagrees with that.
Yeah.
You know, like no one does. But then what is the solution that gets you out of here by 9:30 p.m.? That's the question for the chair, you know.
Yeah, you have to make some tough calls in order to not make this just this onerous, endless slog.
But you know, I remember discussing with Member Stein, we discussed, you know, and we discussed at the time that vote happened, you know, actually measuring out people's speaking times.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to say, because like I said, I didn't want to do it last time, but I do think that data would be helpful when this issue comes presented again.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
You know, just if you only do it on one thing, it's not really a representative sample. Like maybe somebody was wordier that one meeting and not wordy.
Well, you wouldn't do it on that one thing then. You would do a sample. And I'm saying it's not an easy task. I'm saying that I'm interested in taking it on, even though I'm sure I'm going to really regret even putting that out. But you would do a sample. I would probably present it as a document to read versus like being like, well, member X said this much and member Y said this much, like not actually putting it verbally in there, but a document that says this is what this is.
A pie chart.
Yes.
You could do a random sample, I guess. You could
Yeah.
say, okay, we heard 50 cases this year, and I'm going to randomly pick numbers, you know, with a random sample generator, like number 25, number 50, number 2.
From different dates.
Yeah, like just the case, and then just analyze, like in that discussion of the case, what it was. That would be a little more representative.
Yeah, it's definitely on my mind. It irked me, the agenda item from last meeting about like the notifying about attendance and if you're going to be here, if you're not going to be here. And I sent a message to the chair about that. I was like, this is my available time, you know? And I always notify if I have to. I just feel like it's kind of pointed right now. And it's something that I definitely, I guess my point in bringing that up, because we're still meeting, is that I have a dialogue. I'm happy to continue the discussion with him about this, you know, because he knows that it's something that I care about. I brought it up maybe like 6 months ago, that time that we had a very, very, very late meeting when a few of us sent a message to him.
Right.
So.
Yeah. And I'm, you know, you're say 100% strong on what you think.
Yeah.
I'm about 90% of where you are.
Yeah.
You know, I'm pretty much there. I'm anything that like kind of, you know, makes people, and I could say less. Sometimes I get too verbose and I could cut it. I guess when I feel like nobody's cutting me off, it's like I'm so used to judges cutting me off that I've got this like mechanism that you know, I just like, I know when it's gonna happen, or else I just keep going if it doesn't happen or something like that. But yeah, we know kind of who the first
there are
and
only,
second place, you know.
there are only a couple of instances of people who are running outside of bounds with that process. Like, I think that in every other instance, and I really wasn't thinking about this going into it because I did, but anyway, in every other instance though, people, there are moments they have a lot to say, and there are moments when they're like, okay, someone else said it. Like, I don't have to say it, or I'll wait till next time.
Yeah.
You know?
And there's clearly like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's 6 or 7 members who are like just not even close to the,
Yeah.
you know, like the time consumers. And it's just there's, you know, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 who really probably take up a lot of the time. Yeah. And but it's tricky, you know, and the time, you know, like measuring the time. See, if you measure the time, the problem is that what can you get out of that? You can, like, maybe make based on that evidence, you can make a recommendation of like time limits, or, you know, what do you get out of it?
You can't do a recommend, you can't, I don't think a time limit thing would be accepted. I think it's more just about persuading the no votes away from no.
Oh, I see.
And like realizing what's happening. And then also, which we haven't figured out yet, but like I said, that's the discussion with the chair. But figuring out what's the new element other than just the hard stop.
Yeah.
What else can you put in there while you're trying to be persuasive, where it's like, okay, well, we get it. There's this issue, but it's not, I don't think time limit is the solution.
It's not perfect. It's definitely not perfect. Although with no other, you know, idea, it sounds to me like, well, let's try it. You know, it's like, let's see what happens. You know, maybe it doesn't work. I don't know.
I think that I was thinking about it, I think today, and I'm sorry, I'll be done after this. I was thinking of just like, maybe like if the caseload is large enough by the time it starts, that like, maybe it's a policy change. Like, we end at 9:30, but then we front load the cases immediately. Like, we find people who are starting at like, you know, like it has to start at like 5 or whatever the earliest start time is, and they cannot be anything administrative, and the cases have to be, I don't know, time limit. They have to have an overall time limit, which we had discussed at the time too. So
Yeah, and I think there are times when the discussion goes quite long because people are trying to persuade people away from somewhere, but we've heard the argument and we kind of know where we stand. And so if you had to, you know, if you did say there was a time limit on the case, you would just call the vote at that point.
I was going to say this, not a time limit, but I do think that, especially because that's the part where you can measure it, the Q&A, we could limit the number of questions per.
So you could limit, you could say 2 minutes, each member could have 2 minutes for questions.
And then you can offer more. Yeah, you could have more. If you have more time, you could give more, but I just don't think that's going to pass. That's the point.
Yeah, I'd have a little trouble with that, because sometimes I really want to take someone on. Like, I really feel like I got a cross-exam, and that can take, you know, you could do it in 2 minutes.
It's true.
It's
really answer your questions directly either.
But you know, often 2 minutes is enough. Although if they know I can only get 2 minutes, maybe they just, you know, would kind of.
But do you do that in the full meetings though? I mean, sometimes you do that here when we don't, if we're not chiming in, we're ceding the floor. You have an extra space to do that. Do you do that at a full board?
Not much, but I, you know, a lot of witnesses, I don't have anything to ask them, you know, but there's every so often there's something that I think it's gotta be like kind of taken. I gotta go for it. I gotta get information from this witness. And you know, it's like, it's not direct. cross-exam is like you kind of got to set it up and then you got to get to a certain point. And sometimes if they're, like not going along with you, then you got to try again and again and again. But I don't even know I guess if the buzzer went off and I'm like, oh shit, I didn't get to do the cross-exam, that would be like, oh, that would be hard, like for me to vote for that. But on the other hand, if I knew, like I've got limited questions, then I could probably just set something up that's more brief.
I think limited questions, like if everyone's allowed 2 or 3 questions, and then you have your questions, you have other questions, right? So you want to ask 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah.
You've asked your 2 or 3, and then everyone has 2 or 3 questions, and the chair's like, okay, well, we don't have time for 4 or 5 questions, and he says no.
Yeah.
But I think that there are a lot of instances where you're allowed your 2 or 3, no one else has questions.
Yeah.
And so he's
Yeah.
like, okay, well, do you have 2 more?
Yeah.
We have time for 2 more.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
And that way it's also about Q&A as opposed to like, let me help you litigate this, which sometimes happens, or
Oh,
like,
yeah.
it's just like,
yeah, whenever it's about like, yeah.
bugs me.
Yeah, sometimes we go in directions that like, wow, how did that happen? I guess we're still in our meeting. Yeah, we better go to the next item, and I don't think we have to here, I don't think we need public comment.
No public comment on,
Patrick Manette Shaw may like take vengeance on me if I don't.
so no public comment on item 11?
Nah, we don't need public comment, do we?
Right.
Okay, let's allow public comment.
Members
Come on,
of the
bring it
online,
on.
members of the online community, if you'd like to make public comment on item 11, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no hands raised.
Okay.
Item 12?
Item 12.
Item 12, adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
The meeting's adjourned at 10:39 p.m. Microphones are off.
I did not
You'll want to stop the recorder.